When since I was very little, I already wonder what life for. I really want to know the result, the reason. A long time ago, I think if I earn enough money, I will be very happy person, and then life is for happy. I tried to earn money, and then I really rich, but money didn't give me happy. Then I tried to get the happy life in romantic love. Then the really romantic love take me go lots of place. Too many stories during this time. But I still don't feel I get the result, get the life reason. Then I start study from book, from video, from religion in many different ways. And when I study Buddha, that time I really appreciate Buddha gives much intelligence to me about life. But I don't think study is enough for me. I want to be Buddha. But I don't know how. Who can let me get there? One day I found the video in YouTube, introduced Swamiji in that video. I suddenly, my eyes open wide. I get it. He must be my guru. I can get there. He can let me get what I want to know. And he can take me home, real home. This kind of feeling, then I start study from Nithyananda Sangha. One day, Swamiji Satsang said he need people devote land, home, money to build up Kailasa. Then I discussed with my husband, decide to give the whole farm to Nithyananda. That time, because both of us believe help Swamiji means help whole world. It's a big decision, but we just discussed so short time already. Decide. I really appreciate my husband love me so much and believe me, trust Swamiji so much. Soon here will be big temple, Gurukul, Goshena, and library. Introduce this my story to you just mean don't give up any chance to be founding father of Kailasa. It's the best thing you can do in your life.
Nithyanandam Paramashivoham Evadim Nivantvatītum Gaganasadusham Tattvamasyaadidaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatītum Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namah. Welcome all the viewers who are joining us today from all over the world for this Parashakti Akashakti. And in today's program, we will be understanding who is Devi Parashakti and what are the Akashakti. We'll be understanding how Devi Parashakti is manifested through the Supreme Consciousness and how we too can have our questions answered. Now let us enter into the program. So if you are here, it means existence wants you to be here in this form. You are not an accident. You are an instant. You are a conscious miracle of existence. Existence is trying to express itself through you. Welcome to the sacred spiritual experience, your digital experience of the divine. So this may be what you think as your first time in the presence of a divine cosmic being. But this is not the first time this energy has graced the planet Earth. If you are watching this now, it is not a coincidence. This is a cosmic intervention in your life to make you manifest what you want. So how is this possible? How has this worked before? Experience these answers through the powerful cognition as referenced from the ancient text of Hinduism, revived by the Supreme Consciousness. Let us understand who is Devi Parashakti, the divine cosmic mother. Devi, the ultimate pure feminine consciousness, the cosmic mother. She is a source Shakti. It is her cosmic womb, Brahmanda Yoni, from which billions and billions of universes come out and go in. Source where the Big Bang and black holes go on. Parashakti is the main deity of the sacred feminine and the divine consort of Bhagavan Paramashiva, who is a primordial divinity of Hinduism. And in the words of the supreme concept of Hinduism himself about the cosmic mother, the first and foremost relationship is mother. The ability to learn, even the idea to relate, starts with the mother. Mother is too important way to connect with what you think as life. In the Vedic tradition, our rishis were aware your ability to connect with the mother should be directed towards the cosmos. It should inspire. It should awaken your higher consciousness. Connecting with life as mother is the most sweetest, most beautiful, most easiest form to ever connect. And today, out of his extreme love and compassion, the supreme concept of Hinduism is great, manifesting Devi Parashakti herself, engracing us, answering all of our questions, attending to our prayers, giving boons, healing us, revealing our past, present, and future, delivering profound spiritual truths, and ultimately giving us Yoga itself. So what are the Bhavas Darshan? Sama is oneness. And Adi means source. So Samadhi means one with the source. Bhava means attitude or aspect. So Bhava Samadhi means being one with the source through this aspect. Darshan means to have a glimpse of. In the Vedic tradition, it is used to describe the moment we behold a deity, an avatar, a saint, or an enlightened being. As just seeing such a being can cleanse the karmas of lifetime and create a deep, lasting transformation in the receiver. Darshan is the powerful, superconscious vibration that is present around an avatar at all times. He simply radiates darshan just as the sun continuously radiates light. The auspicious moment when the receiver is able to catch it becomes the moment of darshan for you, raising you to the next level of superconscious breakthrough. It's like hitting the reset button on your very being. Let us understand the science behind the Bhava Samadhi Darshan. The first thing that you need to know is the divine cosmic beings are real. They manifest from Kailasa, the enlightened time space itself, through deities and incarnations. Divine cosmic beings manifest through the Archavataras, the deities in temples, and through the Bhava Samadhi Darshan in the Nijavataras, the incarnations. The Bhava Samadhi Darshan is the science of the Nijavatara, manifesting Paramashiva, the consciousness. It is where formless, the being of Paramashiva expresses through the Devi Sharira, the light body, and manifest as the Nijavatara, the physical form, the embodied form, for us to experience Paramashiva. So, for example, Devi Parashakti expresses through the being of Rajarajeswari and manifests as the Nijavatara, the physical form of Devi Meenakshi. And the Achavatara, the deity, reflects the consciousness and manifestation of superconscious energy. But human beings are not yet mature enough to receive the higher level experiences from the Achavatara directly. So the avatar, the physical embodied form, comes down to bridge the gap and create the experience of the superconscious energy in all of us. So the Bhava Samadhi Darshan awakens your Kundalini Shakti, which is the latent potential energy in every human being. This influx of visibly slows down the aging process and improves immunity to disease. During the darshan, the whole brain comes alive, turning into of conscious energy that heals, empowers, and transforms our lives. During the Bhava Samadhi darshan, our neurons mirror that of the avatar. The mirror neurons activate and process all the observed movements or information of the avatar just by seeing. So that is, the entire body can silently and without moving receive what is happening elsewhere through a process of direct observation, experiencing the superconscious energy radiated by the avatar. And Akashic readings are not predictions. They are readings from the cosmic archive. Beyond space, creation and destruction in the dimension of time starts the past, present, and future. And because Akashic records are stored in the Akasha, the space dimension, there is no past, present, and future. That is why what you call as happening, yet to happen, are clearly already recorded. Let us understand who is the Supreme Pontiff who is manifesting Devi Parashakti for us. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasanidanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is the reviver of Kailasa, a macrocosmic ancient enlightened civilization nation. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the 1008th incarnation of Paramashiva as per Hinduism and is recognized by his predecessors who are enlightened masters and adepts. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has made the science of power manifestation, yoga, and temple-based universities as a lifestyle for humanity. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is ordained as the 233rd Guru Mahasanidanam of the Kanchi Kailasa Sarvajapita, is the incumbent emperor of the Surya Vamsha is the present 293rd Jagat Guru Mahasanidanam of the Kailasa Shamla Sarvajapita, and is the present Mahamandaleshwar of the Mahanirvani Akada, the largest apex monastic order. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the 1008th Acharya Mahamandaleshwar of the Atalakada, the present 23rd Guru Mahasanidanam of the Dharma Mukti Paragapara Adinam, and has been elected as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism by a congregation of over 1,000 Hindu leaders. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is revered as a teacher of Hinduism, the most prolific, most viewed, read, and watched, and has authored over 300 books, 10,000 articles in 3 languages, English, Tamil, and Sanskrit, which have been translated into 50 languages with over 1,000 titles. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has over 20 million copies of books and articles sold, read, and downloaded, and has over 10,000 hours of discourses on YouTube. And Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has enriched and enriched over 1 billion lives digitally, and is respected as the commentator of all sacred scriptures such as the Upanishads, Bhagavad Gita, Shiva Sutras, Brahma Sutras, Yoga Sutras, Ashtavakra Gita, James Sutras, and many more. And Supreme as the leader of Hinduism, the most awarded, internationally recognized Hindu leader, is a reviver of 108 ancient Hindu sampradayas, including Rudra Kanyas, Rudras, Rishis, Rishikas, Bhairavas, Bhairavis, and Sanyas, and is the establisher of the largest Hindu university, Kailasa's Nithyananda Hindu University, with satellite campuses in 160 countries. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the establisher of 1,000 plus Kailasa enlightenment ecosystems and the founder and reviver of over 100 Sarvik kingdoms, and the collector of the largest Hindu library with over 1 million books, 1 million Malvi scriptures, and over 20 million digital books. So now with this, we will be entering into the demonstration of the extraordinary powers, the extraordinary Shaktis of Paramashiva, Parashakti, and we have the Nithyananda Gurukul Balasis here with us today to demonstrate these extraordinary powers and the initiated disciples of the Supreme Concept himself. Sorry for the technical glitch. Yes, so we will be very shortly entering into the demonstration of the extraordinary powers. And first, we'll understand what are Shaktis.
Yes, Nithyanandam. Let's now start the next segment, which is this power manifestation segment, where all of you are going to be witnessing the manifesting of extraordinary Shaktis. Today, the Balasins, the Nithyananda yogis, the initiated disciples of the Supreme Concept of Hinduism, will be demonstrating the powers of third eye and body, standing and remote vision, and sharing with all the experiences and results of the extraordinary manifestation of the divine powers awakened in us through Diksha. Before we begin, let us first learn about what are Shaktis. Shaktis are described by Paramashiva in the Vedas. Paramashiva beautifully says that every human being is hardwired to be able to manifest these 463 plus extraordinary Shaktis. Manifesting powers are described as a system, as a method, and a science for human beings to explore the various possibilities and powers and to have access to various states of consciousness. Shaktis manifest from the fundamental cognition that you are the divine and that you need to manifest the divine, and not that you are a man and that you need to reach the divine. So let us see the fundamental difference between Shaktis and Siddhis. Shaktis are the powers which manifest from deep integrity, high integrity with the Guru, and feeling connection with the Guru. Shaktis are the source of enlightenment, whereas Siddhis are the powers that manifest from tapas or penance for enlightenment. Siddhis are on the path of enlightenment. Shaktis are the powers which manifest through ordinary human beings in extraordinary ways, just with the initiation from the avatar, and Shaktis are permanent, whereas Siddhis are not permanent and they may divert you from enlightenment. So who is the source of all these Shaktis? Paramashiva. Paramashiva is the primordial divinity in Hinduism, the ultimate reality and cause which is self-effulgent, Swayam Prakasha, all-pervading, unchanging beyond time, space, form, and causality. Jagavyakta, the unmanifest, and Vyakta, the manifest existence, he performs the Panchakritya, or the five cosmic acts of Srishti, Sthiti, Samhara, Prabhava, and Anugraha. Creation, maintenance, rejuvenation, pulling out of delusion, and liberating grace for all living entities. And Paramashiva himself has come down in the form of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasamidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, as the 1008 living incarnation and representation of Paramashiva and the reviver of Kailasa, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilization nation, which is the great cosmic bodiless illumination. Ever since the beginning of the civilization, the Sanatana Hindu Dharma has been the cradle of enlightened beings and highly advanced. This was the science of enlightenment and powers, Shaktis, was lived and taught at the lifestyle. Time in modern day, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving these yogic science and transmitting it to the world at a record-breaking speed, which was never accomplished before. And here you can see all the enlightened masters who have recognized and trained and taught Swamiji to revive these initiations and knowledge repositories for billions of people to manifest the science of power manifestation from the disciplines of Vedanta, Tantra, Vidya, Yoga, Yogic powers, Mantra Shastra, Siddha Vidya, the science of Aushadha, Advaita, Bhakti Yoga, Paramashivoham, and Paramashivoham. So you can see all these enlightened gurus like Yogi Raj Yogananda Puri, Mata Vibhudananda Puri, Pundi Swamigal, Siddhi Swamigal, Annamalai Swamigal, Siddhi Swamigal. All these enlightened gurus have initiated and trained Swamiji into these into reviving these sciences. So now all of you might be wondering, how do we awaken these divine Shaktis in us? Just with the initiation from the avatar, every ultimate truth, jnana, gets mapped into our consciousness, prajna, and we start manifesting powers, and it becomes a possibility for every being prajna. So let us now watch a small video which explains about the science of initiation, power of initiation, how just with one touch, look or word from the avatar, we can manifest these extraordinary Shaktis.
Diksha is the direct transfer of spiritual energy by an enlightened being through look, word, or touch. The traditional Vedic book Navaratneshwara states, Sarva samapi dikshanam muktihi phalamakhanditam avirodhat bhavantyeva prasangyastu bhuktayaha. The main benefit of all initiations is moksha, enlightenment. As a side effect, health, wealth, leadership, and well-being happen. And in Rudrayamala Tantra, Shiva says, Devi diksha vihinasya na siddhihi na cha sadgatihi tasmat sarva prayatnena guruna dikshito bhavet. The one who is not initiated does not attain liberation nor a better future. So by all efforts, one should get initiated by Guru. What is the science of initiation? Neuroscience has proved that the process of initiation floods the brain with energy. This is the superconscious energy of Kundalini, our own highest inner potential energy. As the Kundalini flows from the thalamus to the cortex, it sets up a powerful energy loop within the brain, which awakens the latent non-mechanical parts which we have never used before. With increasing levels of coherence, the whole brain comes alive, turning into a superconductor of conscious energies that heal, empower, transform our lives, bliss and fulfillment. Initiation creates high awareness, visualization, creativity. It also slows the aging process and improves the immune system. Kundalini awakening, healing experience, levitation, teleportation, materialization. Experience the power of initiation through a range of exclusive programs conducted at the ashram. Nithyananda Dhyanapeeth.
Yes, so let us now see how the science of power manifestation is authenticated through the four aspects of evidences or pramanas. The first is the Shastra Pramana, the eternal unchangeable truths revealed in the source scriptures. The next is the Apta Pramana, the experiences and results of Aptas or the authorities of Hinduism, the Vedic rishis and scientists who have time tested and verified this science. Third is the Atma Pramana, the account of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasanthanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam. This William's avatar's personal experience of power manifestation. And last is the Pratyaksha Pramana, or the empirical evidence from observation and scientific experimentation. So all these Shastra Pramanas comes from the Vedas, which is a living applied science. Vedas are the ultimate superior authorities for Hindus, and they are the pure science where the ultimate truths are explained. Agamas are the scriptures where the applied technology, the applied science is expanded. Vedas and Agamas, the Vedagamas, are directly revealed by Paramashiva, so they are given the status of Shruti. They are the unchangeable, eternal, ultimate truths, and any reference cited from the Shastras or the source scriptures is called a Shastra Pramana. So without further delay, let us get ready to witness a very unique and exciting demonstration of the power of third eye. The power of third eye is seen with the eyes blindfold. So let us see the Shastra Pramana, where the power of third eye, which comes from the Vijnana Praiva Tantra, Sutra 11, Dharana 34. Kapalantar manonyasa tishtan militalochanaha क्रमेण मनसोदार्ढ्यात् lakshye lakshyamuttamam. Translation goes, by fixing the mind on the inner space within the crown center and sitting stably without any movement, having the eyes closed in succession, by that stability of the mind and inner space, through the power of the third eye, one directly sees the ultimate goal lakshyam by having the vision beyond the sight that reveals any object or place, attaining the space of oneness with the source Paramashiva. The next is the Apta Pramana, where Bhagavan Sri Krishna initiates Arjuna into the power of third eye. Bhagavan Krishna says to Arjuna, Natu mam shakyase drashtum anenaiva swachakshusha divyam dadami te chakshuhu pashyame yogamaishwaram. But you cannot see my cosmic form with these physical eyes of yours. Therefore I grant you the divine third eye vision. Behold my cosmic opulence. In the Hindu Purana, the Srimad Bhagavad Gita, Bhagavan Krishna initiates Arjuna into the power of third eye to behold his Vishwarupa Darshan, the vision of his cosmic form. And in the 11th chapter of the Bhagavad Gita, Arjuna completely narrates the cosmic form of Bhagavan Sri Krishna as he sees it through his third eye. Next is the Atma Pramana, the experience of His Divine Holiness Swamiji.
Outside broke. The first experience is that I was able to see everything around me, above me, the whole 360 degree, 10 direction, below me, everything. I realized not only I was able to see, I was able to feel, experience. I felt that the skin of the stone on rock on which I was sitting and the skin of this body both carry me equally. In both I exist equally. The setting sun, rising moon, the whole Arunachala hill, all the plants, bush, shrubs, trees, everything, everything, everything. Just became so alive. The idea, something is inside.
The next is the Pratyaksha Pramana, the empirical evidence from observation and scientific experimentation. Study measures compare the metabolic cell activity of the brain in the conscious and meditative states using the positron emission tomography, the PET. When doing daily activities, high activity is measured in the brain where the third eye is located. And when in the deep state of samadhi, only the third eye region is active and almost 90% of the rest of the brain is at peace. So let us now witness the live Sakshi Pramana, the experiences of the initiated disciples of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. This rare sacred science of the third eye awakening is being made available to humanity for their ultimate enrichment and conscious evolution by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. As the living incarnation of Paramashiva, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism embodies the most profound yogic states that surpass all bounds of time, space, and matter. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is giving this pure great science of third eye awakening along with many other spiritual sciences through initiation. And millions of people have been initiated by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and are experiencing the profound results as extraordinary powers in their day-to-day life. So let us now witness the live Sakshi Pramana, the demonstration of the power of third eye with the Balasans and the Nithyananda yogis. We'll be back right after a short break. Yes. Let us now witness the live demonstration, the Sakshi Pramana, for this power of third eye by the Balasant of the Nithyananda Gurukul. Along with me, I have one extraordinary Balasant, Manitya Kaladharananda, who's 15 years old and who's going to be demonstrating third eye to all of you today. So, as all of you can see, I have the medically tested eye band. In front is a complete opaque sheet and behind is a thick sponge. And all of you can see there's no gap between the eye band and the sponge, and there's no possible way of light entry. So this is going to be placing on Ma Kaladhara's eyes. I'm unstrapping the eye band and yes. Ma Kaladhara, are you comfortable? Yes, beautiful. I request you to turn to your right, left, up. See, all of you can see there's no gap and down. Yes. So now I request the YouTube comments to be projected. Yes, Ma Kaladhara, you can go ahead. Yes. So the one and the only comment which is there in the YouTube live chat is from G R E G O R Y J A M E S has posted, "Welcome to Ekaila SILBER with an exclamation mark." Yes, beautiful. I request all of you to go ahead, post any comments you want in the Kailasas HDH Nithyananda YouTube channel. You can post any comments, emojis, random emojis, numbers, letters, anything you want, and Ma Kaladhara will be reading it out live. I request the Facebook comments to be projected. Yes. Just before we move on, the latest comment right now is from Mahajananda Expressions of Me I Am. She has posted red rose emoji and a pink color flower emoji and a red color heart, pink color heart with 5 diamonds on it, and an Om emoji, which is the behind is purple and the Om is written in white, and a honeybee, a monkey covering the eyes like this again, and a sun emoji. The comment before that is from Manitya Maheshwaramaya Ninda. She has posted wonderful. The next comment is from CELINEG has donated money for Kailasa, and also she has written Nityanandam with a Namaste emoji and a pink color, red color heart. And Balakrishnaya has posted 146334. Amazing, beautiful. All of you can go ahead, post any random numbers, any random emojis, and Ma Kaladhara will be reading it out live. And Balakrishnaya has also now posted emoji smiling and tears are coming out, and emoji like there's an emoji of it looks like the emoji is kissing a person with a heart right next to the face, and a normal smiley emoji, pink color, red color heart emoji, and emoji of crying emoji, and a namaste emoji, a camera, and a thumbs up and you can continue reading. Peter Vajraya has posted a thumbs up emoji, a red color heart emoji, a Trishul emoji with a namaste emoji. Beautiful. I request all of you can continue posting random emojis, random numbers. You can throw any challenge at Ma Kaladra and she will be reading out all the comments live. Okay, yes. So that was a beautiful demonstration of the power of third eye. I'll now be removing the eye band. So all of you can see the eye band is completely intact. And we are now going to be moving on to the next power, which is the power of body scanning. So I request the pramanas to be projected now. So let us listen to the Shastra Pramana for the power of body scanning, which comes from the Vijnana Purva Tantra. Swadehe jagato vapi sukshma sukshmatarani cha tattvani yani nilayam dhyattvante vyajyate para. Bhagavan Paramashiva says, cognizing deeply from the subtle to the subtlest constitutive principles of your whole body, Swadeha, or universe simultaneously consists of the essential reality. They are being absorbed in the source cause, Paramashiva, and by the experience of such stressful awareness, one becomes complete from all the thoughts, and the ultimate universal divine power, Paradevi, Adi Shakti, is revealed, and the supreme power manifestation happens. The next is the Apta Pramana from the life of a Siddha named Teriyar. Teriyar was a Siddha and one of the prominent disciples of Agatya. One day, a man suffering from a severe headache comes to Agatya for healing. Agatya uses the power of body scanning and identifies the root cause of the headache. He reveals that there is a small tere, a type of frog, sitting in the person's brain. Agatya immediately instructs his disciple Teriyar to perform an open head surgery and remove the frog. After the surgery is completed successfully, the person is completely healed and cured of the head. Thus, the disciple gained the name Teriyar. The next is the Atma Pramana, the account of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, who has also time-tested and authenticated the science. Swamiji beautifully manifests the power of Sushada and body scanning. So on the 22nd of December, Swamiji reveals how he uses the power of body scanning. Paraphrasing his words, only when I had a multiple compound hand fracture, I was forced to go for surgery and therefore for medical checkups related to that. At that time, they detected heavy quantity in my different organs, and it was revealed that I had been poisoned without our knowledge. I immediately used diagnostic methods instead of medical facilities to study the body condition due to this poison. Through the power of body scanning, I found out what the problems and imbalances had happened and where the balance had been. I used allopathy as a second opinion just to verify my findings. All these great avatars, these incarnations of Hinduism, as born as awakened beings. Even though they have a human body, they are much beyond suffering, and any incident which happens in their life is not an accident, it is a leela, a divine play. Next is the Sakshi Pramana, the experiences and results of the extraordinary manifestation happening through the initiated disciples of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So you can see a few of the disciples of Swamiji who have beautifully manifested this power of body scanning have shared their experience and offered their gratitude to Swamiji. Yes, beautiful. So let us now see the Shastra Pramana for the power of remote vision. Shastra Pramana goes, Vyomakaram Swamatmanam Dhyaye Digbhiranavritam Nirashaya Chitishaktihi Swarupam Darshaye Tada. Translation goes, concentrate and cognize with blissful awareness on oneself in the form of vast etheric space or sky, Vyomakaram, which is limitless in any direction whatsoever. Thus, the Chitishakti, the power of consciousness, freed from all support, reveals and manifests herself as the form of one's essential nature at the same. The next is the Apta Pramana, which goes back to the time of the Hindu epic, the Mahabharata. Sanjaya was the trusted charioteer of a blind king named Dhritarashtra, and Sanjaya was initiated into the power of Dura Drishti, remote vision, and Durashti, the power of remote hearing, by sage Vedavyasa. And throughout the whole Mahabharata war, the sacred scripture is narrated the blind king Dhritarashtra by Sanjaya. And it is through Sanjaya's narration that the humanity has received the sacred scripture, the Srimad Bhagavad Gita. Next is the Atma Pramana, the experience of His Divine Holiness Swamiji. Narayana Swami Tata was one of the gurus of Swamiji and was well known to see remote distances at ease. One day, a senior police officer came to Narayana Tata seeking help to find a thief whom they were searching for the last 1 week. Narayana turns towards the supreme part of Hinduism and asks him to see the whereabouts in the mirror with the Jnananjana applied and show the police officer. The supreme pontiff of Hinduism not only saw the whereabouts of the thief in the mirror, but also showed the same to the police officer, after which the thief was caught red-handed in the same location as revealed by the supreme pontiff of Hinduism. Last is the Sakshit Pramana. Here also you can see few of the devotees and disciples of Swamiji have beautifully shared their experience of how they were able to manifest the power of remote vision just with the initiation from Swamiji. Beautiful. So let us now witness the live demonstration of the power of remote vision and body scanning by the Balasins of the Nithyananda Gurukul. I request all of you to go ahead and start posting your requests in the Kailasas HDH Nithyananda YouTube channel, and we'll be back with all of you right after a short. Yes. So I'm back with the Balasins of the Nithyananda Gurukul, Maniki Brahmayogananda, who is 13 years old, and she is going to be demonstrating this extraordinary Shakti of the power of body scanning to all of you. And I will be manifesting the power of remote vision for all of you. So Balakrishna Naya has posted, my mom is not having proper blood circulation in the legs. When she is doing the meditation, it's disturbing her not to do meditation properly. Please heal my mom to do a long-term meditation. Yes, Suma Brahma Yoga, you can go ahead. And just before that, Ayya, we'll definitely be sending the healing. But please do get the consent of your mother to do the body scanning for her, as it is our integrity to get the consent of the person before doing the body scanning. And then Payata Vajda Ayya has posted, Nithyananda Ma, can you body scan me please? I have the incompletions about the implant in my neck spine. It has moved a little bit. So please check if it's on the right spot and if it did not move. Yes, Ayya, surely we'll be doing the body scanning. Mabrahma Yoga, you can go ahead. Ashok Patel has posted, Nithyananda Ma, Haritaki tends to increase dryness in me. How should I take Haritaki and balance Vata? Yes, Ayya, Mabrahma Yoga, I'll be doing the body scanning for you. I request the comment section to be scrolled down. Yes, prior to Vajraya, Parmeshwar has revealed that it is still, the implant is still in the right spot and it did not move. And he also revealed that if you're feeling that it has moved or if you're feeling a bit weird, all you have to do is just tightly tie a cloth around that area. Yes, beautiful. And prior to Vajraya, I request you to get back in the chat section. And yes, Ashok Patel, Paramashiva revealed that it is not the haritaki which is increasing dryness to you. It is just a lot of heat in your body, and because of all the heat in your body, you feel like it is haritaki, but it is not the haritaki. And Paramashiva revealed you can balance your vata by doing the Rama Nirahara Samyama. So you can start the Rama Nirahara Samyama and you can balance your vata. And Chanda Anandita has posted. Please scan for my mother. She has given the permission. Yes, ma'am. Brahma Yoga is currently doing the body scanning for your mother. Yes, Chanda Anandita revealed that your mother has a lot of mucus stuck in this area for her, and that is causing her to have difficulty in breathing, and it is affecting her whole functioning. So the solution is Paramashiva revealed this. You should start doing steam inhalation, and the water in the steam inhalator should be mixed with turmeric. Turmeric and tulisin leaves. You should mix these two things and do steam inhalation every day for at least 15 minutes, and the mucus will completely be gone and she'll be healed. Yes, beautiful. Now, Chanda Anandita, I request you to get back, and Ashok Patel, I request you to get back. Parita Vajraya has gotten back telling, wow, yes, ma, thank you for that confirmation. Thank you for the scanning. Yes, Aya, just follow the solution which Paramashiva revealed, and you'll be completely healed of it. And do not be worried. Paramashiva's eyes has fallen on your body, and you will be healed of any other problem. Ashok Patel, Aya, has gotten back telling, thank you, ma. Yes, Aya. And Balakrishna Aya has confirmed telling yes that his mother has given permission. So Brahma Yoga, you can go ahead and do the body scanning for Balakrishna Aya's mother. And Salim ji has posted, Nithyananda, ma, can I have a body scanning for my neck and tension in this area? Yes, ma, surely I'll be doing the body scanning for you. Yes, so Balakrishna Naya, I did the body scanning for your mother, and Paramashiva revealed that the problem as to why her legs are hurting is the amount of toxins which are there in her body. So every night before going to sleep, she has to put turmeric on her full forehead and a big kumkum on her third eye. That will cleanse her of all the toxins. And also, whenever she's sitting down for meditation, she can just take castor oil, warm castor oil, and massage it on her full legs. Like take quite a lot of amount of castor oil and make sure that the castor oil goes inside. Like you should massage it really good, at least like 5 minutes on one leg, and that will really help her. She will not feel the pain during meditation. And one more thing Paramashiva revealed is every day she should start taking haritaki and castor oil. 1 spoon of haritaki and 1 spoon of castor oil in the morning and evening, and that will also help her for her leg pain. Yes, beautiful. Balakrishna, I request you to get back. And yes, Ma Celine, I did the body scanning for you. And Paramashiva revealed that it is your neck is starting to hurt and getting very strained because of the way you're standing. You're not standing or sitting properly, and that is causing a lot of strain in your neck, and that is why you feel a lot of pain, and because the muscle has strained a lot. Paramashiva is revealing the solution. What you can do is Paramashiva is revealing to sleep on your right side for a few days, for the next few days, to sleep on your right side. And every morning when you wake up, just before you go for a bath, just do the castor oil massage and then go for a bath. You'll be completely healed. And yes, Alankrita Yadav has requested a scanning for her troubled throat. Yes, Ma Brahma Yoga is doing the body scanning for you.
As Alankrita Yadav, Paramashiva revealed that all you have to do for your throat to be healed is make sure whenever you're drinking water, it is warm water mixed with turmeric and tulsi leaves. That's all you have to do and your throat will get healed.
Beautiful. Yes. Devaraja Joseph has person Nithyanandam. Please bless and heal my brother Dasuki of asthma, hypertension, and diabetes, and soon be healthy and fertile and be with me as a family. Yes. Get the consent of your brother Dasuki Aya, and then only we'll be doing the body scanning, as it is our integrity to get the permission and consent of the person before doing the body scanning for them. Yes. Anyone else can request for a body scanning or a remote vision in the live YouTube chat section, in the Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda YouTube chat. Balakrishnan Aya has gotten back the link. Thank you very much, ma'am. Yes, Aya. Anyone who wants a body scanning can go ahead and request in the Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda YouTube chat. Anil Yadav has posted a request for a body scanning. Yes, I am. Abramaya will be doing the body scanning for you. Ma Salinji has gotten back the link. Okay, thank you. Yes. And Alankrita Yadav has posted. Thank you. Could you please repeat what was said with turmeric and tulsi leaves, ma? Paramashiva revealed that you should drink hot water with turmeric and tulsi leaves and you will be healed of your troubled throat.
Yes, Anil Yadavaya, Paramashiva revealed that you're having a lot of muscle cramps in your whole body, and the solution for that is every day when you take a bath in the morning, make sure you're taking bath with cold water, and that water should be mixed with vibhuti. Mix vibhuti in the cold water and take a bath with that. It will heal all the muscle cramps in your body.
Yes, beautiful. That is a beautiful solution revealed by the third eye. Anil Yadavaya, I request you to get back in the chat section. So till then, Ma Brahmayoga, why don't you go ahead and share your experience of how you feel while manifesting this power of body scanning, and how do you manifest this power?
Yes, how I manifest this power of body scanning is I just connect to Paramashiva and I tell him, Paramashiva, please reveal to me what is in the other person's body. And he reveals an image of a black body and the place it is affected. If someone's knee is injured, then that will be highlighted in red color. And it will get zoomed in and the problem will be shown of what problem the person has. And then when I ask Paramashiva for a solution, the image of the black body will disappear and another image of the solution will come. If the solution is vibhuti, then I'll see vibhuti in my third eye. And another way he reveals it is by making me feel that if the person's head is hurting, then I'll feel it in me. I'll feel the headache. Or if the person's leg is numb, then I'll feel it. And that is how he reveals it. And how I feel when I manifest this power is, like, it's really exciting for me, because when I close my eyes and ask Paramashiva to reveal it for me, when he reveals it, it's like I entered into a 5D theater. It's like colorful and it's not just a picture, but it feels like real life. So I'm actually like really excited to come and do body scanning. And also when I see people come back with the comments like, thank you, Ma, it's really helpful, I feel really happy inside that it's like I'm able to be an instrument for Paramashiva to enrich the world. And yes, I'm sorry.
Wow, amazing, beautiful. You feel very blessed to be an instrument of Paramashiva to help the world. Beautiful. And one question. Example, the person has diabetes or the person has some internal problem, like some disease or something. How does Paramashiva reveal that to you and how do you verbalize the problem?
If the person is having an internal problem, then I'll see it like I'll see the problem in the black body. I'll see like if the person is having kidney stones, then the person's kidney will be projected and I'll see a picture of small stones inside. Or if the person is having diabetes, then how Paramashiva revealed it to me when I saw one person having diabetes, like I just saw the word diabetes.
Wow, beautiful. And that is a very beautiful sharing of the power of body scanning and how you felt. And that you feel very blessed to be an instrument of Paramashiva to help the whole world. Beautiful. There's a very beautiful sharing. And yes, we thank all of you for joining us in this power manifestation segment. And with this, we would like to conclude this segment. Please stay tuned for the upcoming segments where you will be learning so much more about Devi Parashakti, what are her qualities, and much more. So we'll be back right after a short break for the next segment. We thank all joining us. Thank you, Nithyananda. Yes. So we're going to be having Ma Madhura joining with us. Nithyanandam, you can go ahead.
So that was a wonderful demonstration of the powers of third eye that all of us just witnessed. So now let us move on to the next segment of this program where all of us will be learning more about Devi Parashakti. So in this segment, we will be learning about the divine feminine consciousness, about who is Devi Parashakti. We'll be first looking at a Dhyana Shloka of Devi Parashakti, which comes from the Lalita Sahasranama Dhyana Shloka. Sindhuraruna vigraham trinayana spurate taranayaka shekharam smitamukhim mapina vakshoruham panibhyamaripunnaratna chashakam raktotpalam bibrathim Saumyam Ratnagadastharakta Charanam Dhyayet Paramambikam. And the translation for this verse is, the Divine Mother is to be meditated upon as shining in a vermilion red body, with a triple eye sporting a crown of rubies studded with a crescent moon, a face all smiles, a splendid bust with one hand holding a jewel covered with meat and the other twirling a red lotus. And another verse, also from the Lalita Sahasranama Dhyana Shloka says, Arunam karunatarangatakshiim dhritapaşankuşapuşpabanachapam animadiviravrtam ayukaihiram vibhavaye bhavani. And the translation for this verse is, I meditate on the great empress. She is red in color and her eyes are full of compassion. She holds the noose, the gourd, the bow, and the flowery arrow in her hands. She is surrounded on all sides by powers such as anima of her rays, and she is the self within me. And Devi Parashakti is the ultimate pure feminine consciousness. Parashakti is the cosmic mother. It is her cosmic womb from which billions and billions of universes come out and go in, and the source where the Big Bang and black holes go on and on. Parashakti is the source Shakti, the source energy, and the source power from which all of us came, in which all of us are in even now, and in which all of us are going to merge. And out of her extreme love and compassion, Devi Parashakti herself is manifesting through the embodied form as the Nijavatara of the Supreme Point of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, bringing all of our questions, attending to our prayers, giving wounds, healing us, revealing our past, present, and future, delivering profound spiritual truths, and ultimately giving us the experience of Paramashivoham itself. And Devi Parashakti beautifully reveals how she is manifesting as the Supreme Point of Hinduism. She beautifully says, raising as Omkara, expressing as Vedas and Agamas, blossomed as Hrimkara, filled as Parashodasi, living in 40 triangles, the Kailash Swamini who is in Kailasa, Sri Parachantamani, Parashodasi, sitting as part of Paramashiva, Parameshwari who rules the world, Paramashakti, Manonmani, Meenakshi, as Nithyananda I took Nijavatara here, to give good boons to everyone, to bestow all goodness. Hiranya Garbhasparupini, Brahmanda Yoni, Shami, Chandramauli, Rapala, Aparna, Uma, Parvati, Savitri, Navayavana, Samraji Lakshmi, Parameshwari, Parashodasi, Meenakshi, taking the form of Nithyananda, I came here as Nijavatara. With great compassion and blessing, listen people, to do good to all of you, I took the form of Nithyananda and came down as Nijavatara. And Devi continues to reveal, raising in Omkara, blossoming as Shiva, Shiva manifesting as source of existence, powers of existence, expression of existence, from the oneness of Om, blossoming in two as Prakriti and Purusha, blossoming as three Shaktis, Icha, Kriya, and Jnana, growing as four Vedas, expanding as five Panchabhutas, beyond six chakras, filled as Gotras of seven rishis, expanding as eight directions, existing as nine grahas, blossoming as 10 indriyas, being as 11 nidras, creating all the worlds, bringing life to tell and make truth blossom and to do good. Parashodasi, Meenakshi, in the form of Nithyananda, I came to bless every one of you. And now let's see how we can receive Devi Parashakti. So literally we're seeing Paramashiva and Parashakti at that moment. She is there on your screen. So you can receive her in a very traditional way. You can keep two betel leaves, one banana, one betel nut, and a coin in front of the screen as you watch Devi Parashakti. Now, some of you might be wondering what exactly a coin is considered as or what is its importance. So, in the Hindu tradition, a coin is actually considered the traditional dakshina. And it can be the lowest value. In India, it can even be just 1 paise, and in the US, it can even be just a cent. Swamiji says, I'm not trying to monetize. Keep even 1 cent, it is okay. So for 100 days, if you have darshan, it will add up to $1. In India, even 1 paise is okay. And you can offer that to Devi Parashakti. And once the darshan is over, you can do namaskar, offer your gratitude, and eat the banana, the beet leaf, and the beet nut, taking it as prasadam immediately. And the coins that you collect, you can send it to the Los Angeles temple for the further procedures. And this beet leaf and beetland may actually look too small, but in a few days you will see how much it adds to your sentiment that really Devi Parashakti is there. You will not take the Devi darshan for granted. Rituals will break your monotonous unconscious mentality and lifestyle and remind and raise you to the powerful cognitions. It will break your unconscious behavior. Now here you all can see how you can set up your tambulam. So you can arrange the beet leaf, the beetlet, the banana, and the coin on a plate and keep it in front of the screen. Also keep a few more additional items such as few flowers, some kumkum, some turmeric, some glass bangles, and a coconut. But the four basic items is the beet leaf, the beetlet, the banana, and the coin. So you can arrange all the items that you would like to keep on a plate and keep it in front of the screen as you watch Devi Parashakti. The next time when you are getting ready and setting up for the darshan, you can set up your own set of tambulam to receive Devi Parashakti in a very traditional way. And with that, we now come to a conclusion of this segment where we have learned who is Devi Parashakti and how we can receive Devi Parashakti in a very traditional way. And we will now be moving to the next segment of this program where all of us will be learning what exactly Devi Parashakti has revealed in the Akashic beings for all of humanity on all the various problems that humanity is going through right now. So please stay tuned for the next segment where we will be learning what Devi Parashakti has revealed in the Akashic beings. Yes. So now let us get into the next segment where we will be learning what Devi Parashakti has revealed on the sacred secret of Hindu birth. So let us see what she has revealed about it in the Akasha readings. So let us first look at the revelation made directly by Devi Parashakti on the 31st of May 2021 on the sacred secret of Hindu birth.
நன்றாய் கேட்டுக்கொள். உன் கேள்விக்கு உன்மூலமாய் உலகெங்கும் இருக்கும் இந்துக்கள் எல்லோர்க்கும் அளிக்கின்றேன் உத்திரம். கேட்டு வாழ்ந்தால் உங்கள் வாழ்க்கை பத்திரம். நன்றாய் கேளுங்கள். பிறப்பின் ரகசியத்தை பிறப்பிலா பெருமை உடைய பரமேஸ்வரி சொல்லுகின்றேன் கேளுங்கள். அண்டஜம், யோனிஜம், ஜலஜம், பீஜம் எனும் 4 விதமான பிறவிகளில் 84,000 யோனிகளில் பிறக்கும் பிறப்புகளிலேயே பெருமை வாய்ந்ததும் உத்தமமானதும் மனித பிறவி. அந்த மனித பிறவியிலும் பலமுறை பிறந்து உழன்று அரசியல், பொருளாதாரம், சுகபோகம், தர்மம், அர்த்தம், காமம் எனும் ஆசைகள், துக்கங்கள், அச்சங்கள் அனைத்திலும் அழன்று உழன்று இனி வேண்டாம் இப்பிறவி, வேண்டுவது மோட்சமே என்று முடிவெடுத்தோர்க்கு மட்டுமே ஹிந்து மத யோனிஜம், ஹிந்து பெற்றோர்க்கு பிறந்திடும் சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்ம யோனிஜம். மனித பிறவி உத்தமம், சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்ம மனித பிறவி உத்தமோத்தமம். இந்த உத்தமோத்தம பிறவி எடுத்த எல்லோருக்கும் ஜீவன் முக்த விஞ்ஞானத்தையும் சனாதன தர்மத்தையும் காக்கின்ற கடமையும் உண்டு. அதனால் வருகின்ற நன்மையெல்லாம் அனுபவிக்கும் உரிமையும் உண்டு. இந்த கடமையை செய்வோம் என்று சத்தியம் செய்ததனால்தான் அந்த உரிமை அளிக்கப்பட்டது. பூமிக்கு வந்தபின் மனம் மயங்கி மதிமயங்கி சனாதன தர்மம் காக்க மறந்ததனால் மாயை அவர்கள் உயிரை பறிக்கின்றாள். நன்றாய் புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். உயிரை கொடுத்தாலும் தர்மத்தை காப்போம் என்று உறுதி எடுத்தவர்க்கே சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்ம யோனிஜம் அளிக்கின்றேன் யான். உடல் பெற்ற பிறகு ஊழிப் பெருவலியால் ஆசை அச்சங்களை உதறவிடாது, உதறியும் விடாது சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்மம் காக்க மறந்தோரை உயிர் வாழத் தகுதியில்லாதவர் பட்டியலில் உடனடியாய் மாயை சேர்க்கின்றாள். அதனால் ராட்சசர்களும் தானாகவே இவர்கள் உயிரை நன்றாய் புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். உயிரை கொடுத்தாலும் தர்மம் காப்போம் என்று நிற்பவர்க்கு நிலைத்திடும் வீரஸ்வர்க்கமும் கைலாச பதவியும், எக்காரணம் கொண்டும் தர்மம் காக்க மறந்த உத்தமோத்தம ஜனனமான சனாதன ஹிந்து ஜனனம் பெற்ற மக்களுக்கு இல்லை வேறு கதி. சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்ம மனித ஜனனம் உத்தம மனித ஜனனம் உலகில் அதிகம், உங்களுக்கு கடமையும் உலகில் பெரிது. தர்மம் காத்தாலே கடமை, தர்மம் காக்காதார்க்கு உயிர் வாழும் உரிமை இல்லை. நன்றாய் புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். உத்தமோத்தம பிறவியான சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்ம பிறவி எடுத்த எல்லோரும் புரிந்து கொள்ளுங்கள். உங்கள் வாழ்வின் முதற்கடமை தர்மம் காத்தல். தர்மம் காக்க தர்மம் உங்களை காக்கும். சனாதன ஹிந்து தர்மம் காக்க மறந்திட்டால் வாழும் உரிமையை நீங்கள் இழந்து விடுகின்றீர்கள். அதற்கு மேல் வாழ்ந்தென்ன அழிந்தென்ன? பூமிக்கு பாரம் குறையட்டும் என்று அசுரர்களும் ராட்சதர்களும் உங்களை உண்டு தீர்க்கின்றார்கள். அதையும் மாயை கண்டு சும்மாவிருப்பாள். பிரபஞ்ச ரகசியத்தை, பிறவியின் ரகசியத்தை உலகிற்கெல்லாம் உத்தரமாய்ச் சொல்லிவிட்டேன். புரிந்து வாழ்வில் நடந்து உயிரை பத்திரமாய் பார்த்துக் கொள்ளுங்கள். அன்னை சொல்லும் அருள் சத்தியம் இது. ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
Now let us look at Devi Parashakti's words not in English about the sacred secrets of Hindu birth. Listen, Andajam, this the birth from egg, Yonijam, the regular mammal birth, Jalajam, the birth from water, Bijam, the birth from seed. Like this, in 4 types of births, in 84,000 yonis, in 84 lakh yonis, in all these births, the most greatest birth of them all is the human birth.
And even in that human birth, being born and toiled many times after getting burnt and toiled in politics, in finance, in luxuries, in dharma, artha, and kama.
And those who decide of not wanting only moksha, only those will have Hindu Dharma Yonijam, the Sanatana Hindu Dharma Yonijam of being born.
And human birth is Uttamam, the best. Sanatana Hindu Dharma, human birth is Uttamottamam, the best of best.
Everyone who took this Uttamattama birth has the responsibility of protecting the science of living life and Sanatana Hindu Dharma.
And also, they have the right of experiencing its benefits. This right was given to them because of their commitment given by them to do this responsibility.
After coming to Bhuloka by getting mentally deluded and forgetting the Dharma of protecting Sanatana Dharma, Maya, she is taking away all their souls.
Understand carefully. I am giving the Sanatana Hindu Dharma Yonijam only for those who gave the commitment of protecting Sanatana Dharma even by giving their life.
After getting the body, because not dropping fear and grief for those who forgot to protect Sanatana Hindu Dharma, Maya, she will immediately add them all to the list of those who are not worthy of living.
Therefore, Rakshasas and Asuras are automatically taking away their life. Understand properly. For those who stand that even by giving their life, they will protect Dharma, will permanently have Virasvarga and Kailasa Padavi.
And for any reason, people who forgot to protect Dharma, having Uttamottama birth of Sanatana Hindu birth, there is no other way for them.
Sanatana Hindu Dharma human birth is Uttamottama human birth. Your rights in this world are immense. Also, your responsibility in this world is large. Protecting Dharma is responsibility.
Those who do not protect Dharma, they do not have the right to live. Understand properly. All those who took the Uttamottama birth, which is Sanatana Hindu Dharma birth, all of you understand.
The first responsibility of your life is protecting Dharma. If you protect Dharma, Dharma will protect you. If you forget to protect Sanatana Hindu Dharma, you lose the right of living.
After that, what bothers whether you live or get destroyed? Asuras and Rakshasas will eat you, so that the burden on earth is reduced. Seeing that Maya, she will keep quiet.
So now let us see the responsibility of Hindus, the Hindu nation, the responsibility of Hindus, which is the Hindu nation.
Yes. Parashakti reveals that human birth is the Uttama birth, the best birth, and that Sanatana Hindu Dharma birth, being born to Hindu parents, is the best of the best, the Uttamottama birth. So it is our responsibility as Hindus to protect Hinduism, and we can do that through the Hindu nation. Let us understand more about.
So Hinduism represents the world's most ancient yet progressive indigenous spiritual tradition as an open framework, and the civilization stands for global peace, vegetarianism, non-violence, yoga, worship of nature, then temple-based living, and the manifestation of spiritual powers and inherent divinity.
The Hindu nations were ecosystems where more and more enlightened beings could be produced, so that the enlightened civilization could be kept alive and the great gifts shared with the world. So, Supreme Bhanda is now reviving many of these ancient enlightened civilizations, Hindu civilizations, like the Kanchik the uh, Shamanapita Satyapita, and many more. So now let us look at some of the references for Hindu nations from the scriptures. There are thousands of Hindu nations that thrived and prospered because of Hindu principles and Hindu ideology. Let us look at some of those nations that were ruled by the principles of Hinduism.
So the first is the Rama Rajya, which is the Hindu nation ruled by Bhagwan Sri Rama. So there were no widows to lament, nor was any danger from wild animals, nor any fear born of diseases. The world was barefoot of thieves and robberies. No one felt worthless, nor did old people perform obsequies concerning youngsters. Every creature felt pleased. Everyone was intent on virtue, turning their eyes towards Rama alone. Creatures did not kill anyone.
Description continues on. Survived for thousands of years, thousands of their progeny, all free of illness and grief. The trees were bearing flowers and fruits regularly without any injury by pests and insects. The clouds were raining in time, and the wind was delightful to the touch. Every caste was performing their own duty, satisfied own work and bereft of any greed. People were intent on virtue and lived without telling lies. All people were endowed with excellent characteristics. All were engaged in virtue. And the description from the Hastinapur kingdom ruled by King Yudhishthira.
So the Devas granted rains to fulfill all wants. The world became free of all diseases. There was no hunger or thirst anywhere, and it continues the description from the Ashtavedika Parva.
So the Hindu nations contributed so much to the world in every single field, whether it was the field of enlightenment, the field of health, medicine, art, science, technology, aviation, dance and music, clothes and jewelry, social systems, judicial systems, political systems, legal systems. Everything is in our Hindu scriptures. All of these various fields are different aspects of our scriptures. Everything Hindu scriptures, Hindu ideology has contributed to in every field. So let us now look at how our Hindu nations were destroyed over the course of the 1,000 years with various invaders and with multiple phases of destruction of our Hindu civilization. And it's with the Islamic invasion was between 800 and 1700 AD, which was the physical destruction of our Hindu nation. And Will Durant has described that the Mohammedan conquest of India is probably the bloodiest story in history. The Islamic historians and scholars have recorded with great glee, pride, the slaughters of Hindus, forced conversions, and abductions of Hindu women and children to slave markets, and the destruction of temples carried out by the warriors of Islam between 800 and 1700 AD. Millions of Hindus were converted to Islam by sword, and millions more were put to death. And the Islamic invasions were extremely brutal and specifically discriminated against Hindus. The Islamic law prescribed for Hindus, as conveyed by Khilji, describes that the Prophet hath ordained that if the Hindus do not accept Islam, they should be imprisoned, tortured, and finally put to death, and their property confiscated. To keep the Hindus in abasement is an especially bitter duty of Islam. And during the Islamic invasions, over 200 million Hindus were slaughtered by Muslim invaders. Over 100,000 temples were destroyed, and over 1 million dates and scriptures were destroyed. It's described that the conquering armies burnt villages, destroyed the land, plundered people's wealth, took Brahmins and children and women of all classes, and flogged them with thongs of hide, raw hide. The next destruction of the Hindu civilization was the British occupation between 1700 and 1947 AD. This was the economic and psychological destruction of Hindus. And again, Will Durant describes, I have seen a great people starving to death before my eyes, and I am convinced that the exhaustion and starvation are due not as their beneficiaries claim to overpopulation and superstition, but to the most sordid and criminal exploitation of one nation by another in all recorded history. And this was one of the most brutal parts of the invasion. And the British Empire used all possible means to destroy the Hindu civil and cultural institutions in order to delegitimize and demoralize the indigenous people of India so that they could become slaves in their own homeland. This included discriminatory laws to instill feelings of racial inferiority, engineering famines to starve the natives into submission, and annexing natives into the kingdom. During the British occupation, over $45 trillion was looted from India over the course of 200 years, and over 45 million Hindus were put to death, and 680 native kingdoms were usurped by the British Raj. And Sachdev describes that the British came to one of the richest countries of the world, and over 200 years of exploitation and looting have reduced it to a poster child of third world poverty. And the next phase, the phase that we are currently in, is the secularization of India, which was after independence between 1947 and present day. And this is ruled by brown faces, British attitudes and policies towards Indians. And Nehru has described what a disgusting savage people we are. Politics, progress, socialism, communism, science, where are they before this black religious savagery? India can never be a Hindu republic. This is the description from the first Prime Minister of India, and you can really see the attitude he had against Hindus. And first law minister and principal architect of India's constitution has described that if Hindu Raj does become a fact, it will no doubt be the greatest calamity for the country. No matter what the Hindus say, Hinduism is a menace and equality and fraternity. It is incompatible with democracy. Hindu Raj must be prevented at any cost. This is, again, one of the leaders of India. The modern Indian legal system, academia, and media all systematically undermine and suppress and delegitimize Hindu institutions and culture. India's constitution established government control and taxation over Hindu temples, schools, and institutes, while other religions remain completely free of interference. And India's constitution discriminates against Hindus by giving special rights to their religion, and including media narratives used to stereotype and demoralize Hindus are part of the secularization of India. And Bollywood and other mainstream media outlets consistently portray Hindu gods and gurus as cartoonish, dishonest, corrupt in a manner that is similar to the British imperial propaganda. And media narratives are used to shape the human consciousness and further political agenda. So, despite thousands of years, hundreds of years of destruction, Hinduism is now in the brink of complete extinction, and where we do not have a single Hindu nation where we be fully protected to practice Hinduism, which is why we need the revival of our Hindu nation after so much of destruction and abuse that Hindus have faced at the hands of various invaders and other ideologies. We now need a place where Hindus and Hinduism is protected. That is what exactly Islam is doing. As they revealed, this is exactly the responsibility of Hindus to protect Hinduism, to protect Sanatana Hindu Dharma, and to share its great gifts with the world. for the technical glitch. The vision for the Hindu civilization as revealed by the supreme concept of Hinduism is that during the time of the Mahabharata, Hindus had 56 deshas, 200 states, 1,700 samsthanas, and 10,000 sampradayas. In all 56, we Hindus are now persecuted. So what is Kailasa? This revival of Kailasa, the Hindu nation, is for reviving this whole life of enlightened civilization and all the great things it has to offer to the world, bringing legitimacy to all the offerings of Sanatana Hindu Dharma and sharing it with the world is the purpose of this Kailasa, the Hindu nation. Kailasa is the revival of the cosmic constitution. Kailasa is the model nation of how enlightened civilization should be living and administered. Politics, judiciary, education, economy, everything will be revived as Paramashiva revealed the Vedas, the Sanatana Hindu Dharma scriptures.
And being one of the most persecuted civilizations, Hinduism is on the brink of extinction, such that the next generation may know about Hinduism only through history books. So, what can we do to stand up for the Hindu civilization and all that it has to offer for the world?
And today, Hinduism is a political orphan. The preservation and restoration of Hinduism's spiritual and cultural heritage is possible without a national identity. And as they be revealed, it is our responsibility to protect, preserve, and restore all of Hinduism, everything that Hinduism has to all of the spiritual and cultural heritage that Hinduism has shared with the world. It is our responsibility. What can we do to save Hinduism? Let us reclaim our Hindu identity as they be revealed. It is our responsibility. We were given this Uttamotama birth of Sanatana Hindu birth for reason that we took the responsibility to protect Hinduism. And because of Maya and delusion, we have forgotten that responsibility that we took. It is now the time to reclaim our Hindu identity.
And Hinduism is responsible for your success in life. So, if you're healthy, wealthy, rich, successful, peaceful, happy, respectable, and if you have a stable family and you have the best mental health, Hinduism is responsible for it. Hindu identity is responsible for it, and the Hindu scriptures are responsible for it.
And Hindus are the richest and most successful ethnic community in the world. Hindu scriptures, Hindu lifestyle, our enlightened masters are responsible for this. His doctrines are responsible for this. And the article published in the Hindustan Times has reported that Hindus are the most educated religious group in the US according to the study report.
And not just anti-Hindu elements being active is the thing, but it is the responsible Hindus being inactive, and that is responsible for the whole destruction of Hinduism. So let us now take responsibility for Hinduism and let all the Hindus all over the world reclaim our Hindu identity.
As they be revealed, it is the responsibility of Hindus to continuously protect Hinduism and share its greatness with the world. So let us understand a little bit more about the responsibility as Devi has revealed that we've been given this Uttamotama birth, the best of the best birth of 84 lakh birth. Hinduism is, and we have specifically been given this birth for protecting, taking the responsibility to protect Sanatana Hindu Dharma, because we have kept enlightenment as the goal and purpose of our life. It is the responsibility of Hindus to revive this enlightened civilization again and again, and give all the gifts of the enlightened civilization to humanity. The revival of the enlightened civilization, the Kailasa, the Hindu nation, is the survival need of humanity.
So here's an invitation to all the Hindus. We invite all the Hindus, the born Hindus, practicing Hindus, sympathetic towards Hinduism, curious towards Hinduism, or wanting to explore and enjoy Hinduism. So please come and be a part of this revival.
And you can become a part of this revival and become an e-citizen of Kailasa, and become an e-Kailashian by going to kailasa.org and signing up, and you can avail all the benefits of being a e-Kailashian. Now let us understand what the Supreme Concept of Hinduism has revealed as the need for humanity, the only Hindu nation, why Kailasa is needed.
Contribution. Hinduism, Veda Agamas have guns to contribute to the world. Like the great power manifestation science, the ancient culture and arts, the ancient lifestyle truths, the ancient medical practices and medicinal knowledge, the ancient indigenous cultural heritage and jewelry, perfume, dance, music, in every level, Hinduism has so much to contribute. Veda Agamic traditions have so much to contribute. To share all this with the world, to contribute to the world. Hindus need to tell the world what they are contributing in every level. The brand of Hinduism itself is enriching and empowering and enlightening. Hinduism is all about enlightening the world. Empowering, enlightening, enriching the world. Contributing. That is our spiritual life. That is our spiritual strength. That is our spiritual core principle. O humanity, I request you with folded hands, some one corner of the world, if you just give me few hundred acres, I will keep this whole science alive. Leave it for the whole humanity freely. Fortunately, Paramashiva has given me the power to decode all this Hindu medicinal system, Hindu judiciary system, Hindu social law and order system, Hindu power manifestation system, Hindu mental sciences system, Hindu yogic sciences, the sciences of Hindu biology, Hindu physics, Hindu psychology, Hindu physiology, Hindu chemistry, all this, Paramashiva has given me the power to decode. Whatever the remaining scriptures are available with the humanity, Paramashiva has blessed me, and I have collected. Not only I have collected and organized, I can decode. This whole science can be kept alive in any one corner of the world. Just few hundred acres are given for me to live peacefully and exist peacefully. I can store this whole thing alive and contribute it to humanity. Humanity can become better and better and better. I can make the planet Earth so much better place to live. I am here to contribute, and I will continue to contribute. As long as I am allowed to live, I will contribute. I have collected all the remaining available scriptures, maybe 2 crore books. 2 crore means 20 million, I think, books on Hindu physics, Hindu chemistry, Hindu biology, Hindu physiology, Hindu psychology, Hindu law and order, Hindu social system, the power manifestation sciences of Hinduism, yogic sciences of Hinduism. I have collected, and Paramashiva has given me the blessings and power to decode. I have decoded and continuing to decode them. If the humanity, somebody is kind enough to give me few hundred acres in one corner of the world and let me live peacefully, I can keep all the scriptures there and go on sharing with the world, revealing this whole sciences to the world, and go on contributing. I don't need anything other than 1 cup of curd rice every day. That's all. A cup of curd rice per day. I can go on be giving this to the world. I can add to the world. I can make the world a better place to live. That's all I have to say. Thousands of medicines are described detail in ancient Siddha and Ayurvedic scriptures. Paramashiva has given me the power to decode them, read them, and properly translate and map them to the modern day human language. And I am ready to work 20 hours a day. I just need few hundred acres where I can sit peacefully and keep this library, run a Gurukul where thousands of people can learn this and share it with the world. Understand? I am only interested in contributing. If we can decode all this great knowledge. Whole world can prosper from this knowledge. Whole world can enjoy from this knowledge. If I prosper, I will only create a university. I will not create anything else. If the Hindus prosper, they will only create education institutions. Because Hinduism is all about giving, contributing. If I prosper, I'll create university, that's all. Kailasa is all about university, to decode the ancient sciences and share with the world. Understand? Every day I am sitting and going on decoding, writing notes on my books and writing details on my books. Whether it is making human beings manifest powers, and I have also now started downloading and decoding the science of making animals manifest powers. Whether making people manifest powers or healing, in every level, life is all about contribution, contribution, contribution.
And now that we've understood how Hinduism and Kailasa are just all about contribution, that is why Hindus and humanity need Kailasa to protect Hinduism and all the great gifts that it has in order for it to be taken to the world. It is only Kailasa that can protect all the great gifts of Hinduism, as Devi Parashakti, responsibility of Hindus to do this. So understood, what is the responsibility of Hindus and how we can actually protect Hinduism by reviving Kailasa, the only Hindu nation. Let us now conclude this portion of the program and let us enter into the next segment where we will be understanding some of the various ways that we can connect with Devi Parashakti. As all of us know, Devi has been continuously guiding us and blessing us and giving us boosts, healing us, and just been holding our hand at when we needed her most. And if you are just overflowing gratitude for Devi Parashakti, the divine cosmic mother, you are welcome to stay tuned for this next segment where you will understand some of the ways that we can connect with Devi Parashakti more deeply through the various offerings that we can make to Devi. Each of these offerings are just an opportunity for you to show your love and gratitude to Devi Parashakti for manifesting in your life and continuously blessing and guiding you when you need her most. So if you want to connect with Devi through social media and ask your questions to Devi Parashakti, you can connect in all the major social media platforms. On YouTube, you can go ahead and follow Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda YouTube channel and join as a member of Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda YouTube channel. And during the live Parashakti Akash reading, you can ask your questions in the comment section of the live video. You can also ask your questions on Facebook. You can go ahead and like and follow Kailasa's SDH JGM Nithyananda Paramashivam Facebook page. And during the live Parashakti Akash reading, you can ask your questions again in the comment section of the live video. You can also connect on Twitter. You can follow @Nithyananda and ask your questions in the reply to the tweet with the hashtag Ask the Avatar. You can also connect on Instagram at Sri Nithyananda and ask your questions in the comment section of the photo. And lastly, you can connect on WhatsApp by visiting kailasa.org, and in the WhatsApp chat box that pops up, you can go ahead and ask your question. Now let us understand how we can offer our love and gratitude to Devi Parashakti. So an offering is a giving of a divine gift of pure love, devotion, and oneness, and it consists of two parts, the giving and the accepting. And only when the divine accepts what one offers, the offering becomes complete. Offerings are not made out of fear nor out of greed, but when an avatar lands, the offerings are purely a part of the grand Leela played out for the only purpose of enlightenment.
Nithyananda. Yes, and today as we get ready to receive Devi Parashakti with our favorite offerings, our favorite gifts of gratitude for Devi Parashakti, let us see this Dhyana Shloka which comes from the Mula Agama, Manonmani Dhyana, which describes the grace and beauty of Devi Parashakti. So this verse describes Induniभवेदकरवह्निनयनं स्यात् पङ्कजवराभयजपाक्षरसरयुक्तम् अङ्गहिमभूषणविचित्रवसनं स्यात् तुङ्गमकुटोज्ज्वलमनोन्मणिस्वरूपम्. And the meaning of the verse, it says, moon-like face holding Veda books on hand, fire in eyes with lotus flower, gracing and blessing hands, and one hand with japamala, beautifully decorated with jeweled ornaments in wonderful clothes and shining crown. Her name is Manonmani. And another verse from on Devi Manonmani, the Dhyana Shloka, it describes Dhyayet Devim Trinetram Shashinibhavadanaam Vedahastam Dadhanam Savye Padmam Varadamapare Cha Bhayam Chakshamalam Divyairabharanair Vibhushitatanum Brahmadivit Pujitam Devi Meva Manonmanim Pratidinam Kamarthada. And the meaning of this verse, it says, I meditate on Devi with three eyes, glowing like a moon and holding the Veda, lotus and gracing with blessing and gracing hands. She is wearing beautiful ornaments. She is worshipped by Brahma and other many gods and showers auspicious boons for all actions every day. And in the Hindu tradition, it is the custom to offer the divine element of gold, and the element of gold is used in abundance in all the Hindu rituals, is mentioned in the Hindu scriptures. And let us see the scriptural reference, the Shastra Pramana for the significance of the divine element of gold. This verse from the Atharva Veda describes Tredajatam janmanidam hiranyam agnirekam priyatamam babhuva somasyaikyam insitasya parapatata apamekam veda samveta ahutatte hiranyam trividastvavai vishe. The translation, triply born by birth, is this gold. From the atoms of Agni is one. It becomes dearest to Agni. One fell away from the Soma when it was hurt. One they call the seed of virtuous and powerful Apa, the watery molecules. Let that triple gold be for your long life. The gold is a divine element. It purifies anything it touches. It is an element of great spiritual significance and spiritual power of healing and enlightening. The vibration of gold has the power to infuse sattva energy and positive thought currents in anyone who wears and in anyone who operates in its vicinity. The gold is present in all scriptures and agamas, in all Hindu scriptures, the agamas, Vedas, Shrutis, Smritis, Itihasas, and Puranas. In all Hindu scriptures, it is abundantly displayed that gold is the most auspicious and purest metal, which purifies our being. In the Hindu civilization, everything was built in gold, exchanged in gold. Ritual feasts were offered in gold bricks. When one was to be saved from life-threatening illnesses, gold was offered as a ritual fee. Gold was in abundance and used for paying equivalent amount of commodities, including cows. Kingdoms were built with huge doors of gold. The streets would have huge columns of gold, huge archways made of gold. Horses and cows were even dressed in gold. The Hindu civilization thrived on the banks of rivers of gold. The Indus River was called Hiranyamaya, the river of gold in Rigveda. The river Saraswati was called Hiranyavartini in Atharva Veda. Gold is the supreme element for offering gifts to the ones you love and revere. Temples are constructed and paved in gold. Deities are made in gold and adorned in gold because it preserves the enlightenment energy for thousands of years and it lasts forever. So today, you can make all of your offerings, your gift of love and devotion to Devi Parashakti through the website www.kailasamailer.com/seva. So the first offering is the offering of the e-hundi. So just as we have the hundi in every temple in the Hindu tradition for devotees to offer anything that they would wish to offer to the divine, we have the e-hundi for offering online today, making your gift Shakti. And Devi is described as the one who is fond of true devotion. So let us see this verse on Devi Parashakti. It describes Bhakti Priya, Bhakti Gamya, Bhakti Vashya, Bhayapaha, Shambhavi Sharadaradhya, Sharvani, Sharmadaini. And it says, Devi is fond of true devotion and is realized through true devotion. She can be won over through true devotion and she removes all fear. If there's any fear in the minds of devotees, Devi is sure to remove that fear. It is stated that Devi likes to be worshipped in autumn. Here, it is meant the autumn of our lives, when thoughts turn more and more inwards. The role of the divine is known and understood clearly, and the need for Devi worship becomes stronger. Shambhavi is the consort of Shambhu, Lord Shiva, and Sharada Radhya is the one who is worshipped by Devi Sharada herself, Devi Saraswati. Sharvani is the wife of Lord Shiva. In the Linga Purana, it describes Lord Shiva as called Sharva in his earth form. Sharmadaini is the Devi who bestows happiness on devotees. So you can offer your gratitude, love and devotion to Devi Parashakti through the offerings of the e-hundi, and your name is chanted during the puja to Devi Parashakti as well.
Next offering is the Sankalpa chant, the offering of your conscious solution. And before you start any endeavor or want to manifest something in your life, it's important that you set a conscious resolution, a intention of exactly what it is that you want in your life. And when you offer the Sankalpa, your conscious resolution, at the feet of Devi Parashakti, you will be blessed with the Devi herself to manifest exactly what it is you want. And in the Devi Mahatyam, it describes that the goddess intends this universe and she herself gives birth to this universe. that God is being prayed without interest in anything, gives that knowledge that leads to salvation and gives wealth in the materialistic sense. So when you offer your sankalpa, your conscious resolution to Devi Parashakti, you will be blessed with the fruition of all your desires.
And the next offering to Devi Parashakti is the offering of the Sahasranama Swarna Kasu. It's the offering of the pure gold coin inscribed with one of the 1008 sacred names of Devi Parashakti. And Devi is described as Nama Parayana Prita in the Lalita Sahasranama. It means she's one who likes the various repetition of her names. And this offering is a very special and unique archana offered to the Mahameru of Devi Parashakti. So you can offer a gold coin inscribed with one of the 1008 names of Devi Parashakti. You can offer any number of coins as you would like to, and you can offer the coins in 3 different denominations of $75, $151, and $251. And when you make this offering of the Sahasranama Swarna Kasu inscribed with the sacred name of Devi Parashakti herself, you receive the blessings of Devi Parashakti to invite the Ananta Kalyana Gunas, the divine qualities of Devi Parashakti. So you can make this offering on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas.
Next off is the Mukta Anguti finger ring with a pearl. And Devi is very well known to be adorned in pearls and fond of pearls. And of course, the pearl represents the ocean of compassion that is Devi. And this verse describes, I bow to the goddess Meenakshi, whose crown has garlands of pearls and the face shining like a full moon, who wears anklets that are studded with gemstones and has small bells, who is shining like the splendor of the lotus, who grants all the wishes, the daughter of the mountain, who was worshipped by goddesses Vani and Rama. I remain ever bowing to the goddess Meenakshi, ocean of compassion. So when you offer this Mukta Anguti to Devi Parashakti, you will be showered with the overflowing compassion and pure love of Devi in all of your business endeavors.
The next offering is the offering of the Swarna Padma Pushpa, the gold lotus. And the lotus is a divine flower, and it is described in various scriptures and rituals in the Hindu tradition. This verse from Kamika Agama describes the one significance of the gold lotus. It says, Ashtavidyeshwaropeta Kumbhavarana Samyutam Sarve Sasutra Vastradya Hema Pankajabhushitaha Sapidhanascha Pakwa Bilva Palaprabha Snapanadhyaya Samsidmanvitaha. It says all the kalashas should be wound around with suitable thread and covered with new cloth. They should be adorned with the lotus flower made of gold. And there are hundreds of scriptural references in the Hindu scriptures for using the lotus in the worship of Paramashiva. Almost everything in the worship of the ultimate involves the consecration of deities of worship, or meditating on the mudras or asanas used during worship involves the lotus flower, the lotus leaf, the lotus pericarp, the lotus petals. The lotus is the divine flower in the Hindu tradition. The Shakti of Paramashiva is also called the lotus. The base of the Paramashiva Linga is the lotus. The disciple of Paramashiva is also considered a lotus, the one who is about to bloom. You can offer the gold lotus in any of 3 different sizes that you would like to offer. and be blessed to have the state, space, powers, and being of Devi Parashakti herself in your inner space amidst any and every adverse situations in life.
Next offering is the Swarnamati, the gold ring. And in this verse, it describes the power of Devi's very toenail, whose brightness from the toenail destroys the darkness of ignorance from the minds of your devotees who prostrate at your feet. You whose brightness from your 2 feet overpower that of the lotus flower. We can offer the toe ring to Devi Parashakti to adorn her sacred feet and be in the constant gratitude for receiving her blessings in even the most difficult aspects of your life.
And the next offering to Devi Parashakti is the Swarna Mangtika, the offering of the gold hairline jewelry. Devi is described as she who makes the nectar flow in all our nerves from the Sahasrara, she who gives the very pleasant experience of the ultimate. The Mangtika, the hairline jewelry, represents the overflowing nectar from the Sahasrara, which is fully opened with the sacred sentiment of gratitude. And you can offer the Swarna Mangtika, the gold hairline jewelry, to Devi Parashakti and receive the blessings of achieving the blissful state of overflowing gratitude and the space of complete completion. So you can make this offering on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas.
The next offering is the Pratikshapada Puja, the most favorite offering of all the devotees disciples. And you get to offer this Pratikshapada Puja. You will be worshipping the divine lotus feet of Swamiji himself, who is manifesting Devi Parashakti just for you. And it is described in the Saundarya Lahari that the toenails have been sharpened by constantly being touched by the crowns of celestial beings who always prostrate before Devi. Tamogana is darkness, and in this stotram, tamas is indicative of the ignorance in the minds of devotees, and by constantly prostrating before Devi, their ignorance is removed and they attain knowledge. You can offer Pratikshapada Puja to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, who is manifesting Devi Parashakti, and you will be blessed with the most sweetest path of enlightenment.
And the next offering, Devi Parashakti, is the Vastra Seva, the offering of the sacred cloth. And this offering can be made to Devi Parashakti as a deep prayer to request her protection during all adverse situations in life. The Vastra Seva is traditionally offered as a gratitude for the protection that the divine offers us at all times. So you can make this offering and be blessed with all the auspiciousness and blessings of Devi Parashakti and of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam. This offering can also be made on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. Here's a list of the various offerings that you can be Parashakti today as you get ready to receive her darshan, her blessings and grace being showered upon you as she comes to shower her compassion on all of humanity. So you can make the e-hundi offering in multiple currencies and in any amount. You can make the offering of the conscious resolution, the Sankalpa chanting, which has the power to manifest what you want into reality with the blessings of the divine, the support of the divine to help you manifest your resolution. The Devi Sahasranama Kasu, the pure gold coin inscribed with the sacred name of Devi Parashakti. This offering can be made in 3 different denominations, and you can offer any number of coins as you would like to. You can offer the Mukta Anguti, the pearl finger ring, which is the gold ring embedded with pearl. The Swarna Padma Pushpa, the gold lotus flower. The Swarna Metti, the gold toe ring to adorn the sacred lotus feet of Devi Parashakti. The Swarna Mangtika, the gold hairline jewelry, representing the overflowing nectar from the Sahasrara with the sacred sentiment of gratitude. And you can also offer the Pratyaksha Pada Puja, one of the most sacred and traditional offerings from the disciple to Guru. You can make the sacred cloth. All of these offerings can be made on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. So here is the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas, and you can make all of the offerings on the website here, where you can make an intention to offer on step 1. If you are ready to make the offerings, you can click on the links on step 2, where you can make your offering for the e-hundi or the offerings of jewelry and sevas. The e-hundi offering can be made in multiple currencies, including the US dollar, the Australian dollar, the New Zealand dollar, the Canadian dollar, the euro, the Indian rupees, the Singaporean dollar, the Malaysian ringgit, the Great Britain pound, and the Chinese yen. And you can make the offering in any amount of your choice. And you can also make the offering of the jewelry to adorn Devi Parashakti or the sevas on this website, where you have the Devi Sahasranama Kasu, the Mukta Anguti, the Swarna Padma Pushpa, the Swarna Metti, the Swarna Mangtika, the Pratyaksha Pada Puja, the Vastra Seva, the Conscious Resolution, and various other offerings that you can offer to Devi Parashakti on this website. So you can make a note of the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas, and when you've made your offerings, you can also fill in the details of the Sankalpa on step 3, which is the prayer request with your name and the names of your family members. And every devotee is blessed with their names chanted during the pujas and archanas offered to Devi Parashakti. When you fill out some Sankalpa details, your names are read during the archanas and pujas to Devi Parashakti, and your Sankalpa is offered to Devi Parashakti. So all of these traditional offerings can be made on the website www.kailasamailer.com/savas. Additionally, if you would like to be a e-Kailasian, become an e-Kailasian, and post your questions and prayers to Devi Parashakti on the live YouTube chat. And if you would also like to express your support for the infrastructure of Kailasa, you can also make your offerings by, as a member, you can show your support to Kailasa by joining a YouTube channel. So you can see this website, the YouTube channel, Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda YouTube channel, the official channel of Kailasa. And you can join as a member on this channel by clicking on the join button. You can also subscribe to the channel and receive notification of all the live events that happen every day. And as you get ready to receive Devi Parashakti, Devi's Dash YouTube channel and the Akashic readings, you can post your prayers and blessing requests and any messages of gratitude, just anything that you would like to express to Devi Parashakti. You can post your messages on the live YouTube chat as a member. So you can join the YouTube channel as a member today and become an Kailasian. So with that, now we'll be moving to the next segment of this program, where we'll be learning more about the various facilities being made available for the well-being of all of humanity as per the guidance of Devi Parashakti and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism through the various de facto spiritual embassies of Kailasa. So as we get ready for the next segment and prepare to receive Devi Parashakti for her darshan, we can get ready to receive her with all of these traditional gifts and offerings where we express our personal love, devotion, gratitude, our sacred sentiments, and get ready to receive the darshan of Devi Parashakti. It is your personal conversation with her as you prepare the traditional gifts, the traditional naivedyam, the traditional offerings, as Swamiji has described in receiving Parashakti the traditional way, even with the Guru Dakshina, with the Dakshina and the Tambulam, just the offering of the traditional Tambulam and Dakshina, the offering of any traditional gifts, all of these are our personal conversation with the divine, with Devi Parashakti, as we get ready to welcome her, to receive her, and open ourselves up to receive her grace and blessings being showered upon us every day. So with this, let us get ready to receive her darshan, and we'll move into the further segments of the program and prepare to receive Devi Parashakti.
easiest, most powerful, most inspiring, most exciting way to connect with life as the form of mother. Navaratri is the time to connect with Cosmos as mother. Celebrate Cosmic Mother. This 9 days we worship Mother, worshipping Divine Feminine.
யாதுமாகி நின்றாய் காளி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் சக்தி ஓம் சக்தி ஓம் சக்தி.
Ultimate divine descends in human body and expresses its extraordinary powers and experiences playfully. Sundareshwara statement. He is not Shiva as you understand, sitting in the Himalayas, frozen in the ice, in Samadhi. Sundareshwara is an artist with tremendous heart, ready to listen to human suffering, ready to bend for human emotions. The one and only thing you need to obtain His grace is simple feeling connection. That's all. He bends for anybody, to any level. Even the word compassion is too small. He is still available. Even now, He is there. He assumes human body and relates with you, answers you, responds to you, raises you.
I was lost. And then he was done speaking, and just tears just started pouring out of my face. I'm just like, ugh, I don't know what just happened. It was just like unbelievable, just unbelievable. I was just, I'm shaking now just remembering it.
I don't know what shifts inside you. It's just, I literally felt the strong initiation happening at that time when Swamiji blessed. I don't know, it just puts you in some different world altogether, and suddenly everything seems possible. Everything seems, like that impossibilities in that 1 second, fraction of a second, that impossibility drops from you. And you just, everything seems possible, that you get into that space of possibility. And I think, that is the greatest, dropping the impossibilities is really, and something changes in you, something shifts in you. You can physically feel the change. And the energy that is generated, it really, it's phenomenal.
There are some gods, 9 unknown gods. The moment you call, they will be there. Venkateshwara, Balaji. I tell you, people give so much for Venkateshwara because he does the job. He is the 9 unknown god. There is a village folk story where Venkateshwara borrows from Kubera for his marriage and he is still paying the debt. Venkateshwara takes the responsibility of reserve to reserve. This whole story, beautiful story of Venkateshwara is an amazing concept. He is making Yaksha into Lakshmi. He is making the reserve to reserve. It's an amazing truth. காளியின் ஆட்டத்தை ஆனந்தத்தை ஆனந்தத்தொடு ஆடிய ஆட்டத்தை கண்டோர் உயிருக்குளெல்லாம் இறங்கி குண்டலினி உயிர்ப்பிக்கச் செய்து மாய மனத்தின் இருளை அகற்றி மாயம் அழித்து மங்களம் தந்து குரு பக்தியும் சிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ சக்தியும் அளிக்கின்றேன். மனமாயை விடுத்து குரு பதத்தை பற்றுங்கள். நித்யானந்தமாய் நிஜாவதாரமாய் வந்துதித்த என்னை பற்றி வாழ்வில் எல்லா நலமும் பெற்றிடுங்கள். ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
யாதுமாகி நின்றாய் காளி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் சக்தி ஓம் சக்தி ஓம் சக்தி.
ஓம் 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 ஓம்.
Here is the Australia Kailasa. How can I be so lucky and have a happy life in Kailasa? It's a long story. My name is Li Qi. My guru is His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Since I was very little, I already wonder what life for. I really want to know the result, the reason. A long time ago, I think if I earn enough money, I will be very happy person, and then life is for happy. I tried to earn money, and then I'm really rich, but money didn't give me happy. Then I tried to get the happy life in romantic love. Then the really romantic love take me go lots of places. Too many stories during this time.
Multi-layered quarantine, COVID care protection centers are de facto spiritual embassies of Kailasa. Today, people around the world are trying to grapple with the grim reality that the pandemic is far from over. The aftermath of the current calamities promises to be much more devastating. The greatest economies of the world are facing disastrous future. Countries are facing off each other in deep mistrust. The World Health Organization makes big statement about Delta variant of COVID-19, and they say that less than 1% of Alpha, Beta, and Gamma variants are currently circulating. It is really predominantly the Delta variant around the world which is causing the havoc. The COVID pandemic has now killed more Americans than 1918-19 influenza pandemic could do it. For example, in 1918-19 influenza flu infected about 25% of Americans and killed an estimate of 0.65% of them, coming to 675,000 deaths. The COVID-19 has infected more than 12% of Americans and killed about 0.2% of them with 676,000 deaths. Now, the US death toll from COVID-19 has surpassed 676,000 people. The coronavirus pandemic has killed more Americans than what the influenza flu could do. People who are infected with alpha variant exhales 100 times more virus into the air than the original COVID strain, says a study from University of Maryland, where it says that the need for better ventilation and tight-fitting masks is extremely essential to contain the widespread vaccination, in addition to widespread vaccination to contain the virus. In fact, the 6 feet distance may not be essentially enough to prevent viral transmission, study indoors. COVID-19 Delta variant still most concerning, say WHO expert. I think the Delta variant for me is the one that's most concerning because of the increased transmissibility. In a country of our size, you can't be hanging around and having 100,000 infections a day. You have to get well before 10,000 you start feeling comfortable. Right now, we are still in the pandemic mode because we have about 160,000 new infections a day. This is from the Chief Medical Advisor of the United States, and he says that that's not even modestly a good control. The US has reported 40 million cases of COVID-19 since the outbreak of the virus, with over 4 million infections adding up in the past few weeks. Here you can also clearly see the COVID-19 has made the world less peaceful, whether it is in terms of ongoing conflict or the safety and security. The younger adults are more likely to report the symptoms of anxiety and disorder, the depressive disorder, during the COVID-19 pandemic. Especially the ages from 18 to 24, they have experienced, about 56% of them have experienced anxiousness and depressive disorders. If you compare the average share of adults reporting the symptoms of anxiety disorder or a depressive disorder between the years 2019 and 2021, which is before the onset of COVID and after the onset of COVID, you can clearly see there is a threefold increase in the percentage. So in 2019, it is only 11% average share of the adults reported the anxiety disorder, whereas in 2021, it's about 41.1%. The share of adults, like we mentioned before, it is 18 to 24 years. The young adults, they are the ones who are most affected because of COVID-19. Nearly 8 in 10 people say that the coronavirus pandemic is a significant source of stress in life. Nearly 7 in 10 people say that they have experienced increased stress over the course of the pandemic. More than 60,000 US healthcare workers have contracted COVID-19 and 300 of them have died. An estimated 300 to 400 physicians die by suicide every year. Of the health workers who treated patients during China's COVID-19 outbreak, 50% showed signs of depression and 45% of them showed signs of anxiety. Before the onset of COVID, the mental health amongst the pregnant women, 15% of them experienced depression, while during COVID-19 pandemic, 40.7% of pregnant women experienced depression. Similarly, 29% of them experienced anxiousness before COVID-19, and during the pandemic, it is 72% of the pregnant women are experiencing anxiousness. 8 in 10 students are struggling with focus on school or work and avoiding distractions. 55% of all these students do not know where to go for help, especially in terms of getting help for their mental health. Nearly 70% of women who have experienced these symptoms are concerned about their career growth may be limited as a result of this ongoing pandemic. The pandemic is also expected to plunge most countries into recession in 2020, with a per capita income contracting in the largest fraction of countries globally since 1870. COVID-19 crisis has worsened already fragile conditions or situations. The International Labour Organization is more aware than ever of its responsibility to promote peace and resilience in a time of their global pandemic. A little over 25% of healthcare workers were infected with coronavirus despite getting fully vaccinated. A recent study has revealed that, giving an insight on the breakthrough infections due to Delta variant, the study jointly conducted by the Institute of Genomics and Integrative Biology found that the vaccination breakthroughs were far more common during the Delta outbreak in Delhi than previously reported. A new coronavirus strain known as Mu, which was first identified in Colombia in January, has been designated a variant of interest by the World Health Organization. It is very important to address the COVID pandemic, which is seeing another wave destroying more number of lives. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says the pandemic fatigue setting in as a result of continuous lockdown, resulting in delusional ignorance. Holding on to delusions and supporting the space of delusional decisions lead to delusional arrogance, which is Prabhava Sankalpa. Continuous lockdown leads to delusional thoughts like, so what if I die? It's okay. I can't live forever in this lockdown. Going out then and exposing oneself and putting the risk on yourself and others with irresponsibility and insensitivity is the delusional arrogance, which is Prabhava Sankalpa. The global COVID virus pandemic has left the whole world desperately looking for answers. Life as it had been experienced even back in February 2020 is no longer recognizable. Drastic change is the order of the day, with people having to redefine their world with new paradigms of economy, society, faith, religion, and health. Blessed are those who have the greatest fortune to be the incarnation of Paramashiva, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in their lives to carry them through this crisis. So you have this wonderful opportunity to join our COVID care protection centers in the de facto spiritual embassies of Kailasa, which is Adi Kailasa Nithyananda Paramashivam. You can register yourself in this link below, kailasa.org/Kailasa care. KAILASA.org/KAILASACARE. So let's take a few minutes to register yourselves in the link shown in the slide. Making peace with nature is possible if we start now making peace with the nature. It is simply possible for us to create a sustainable and equitable world. Health and peace are interrelated. In the words of Director General of the World Health Organization,
Sorry for the technical glitch. Making peace with nature is possible if we start now making peace with nature right now. Even amid a pandemic, 2021 can go down as the year we made peace with nature and set the planet to healing. Our environmental, social, economic challenges are interlinked. They must be tackled together. For example, we cannot achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, including ending poverty, by 2030 if climate change and ecosystem collapse are undermining food and water supplies in the world's poorest countries. We have no choice but to transform our economies and societies by valuing nature and putting its health at the heart of all our decisions. Let's see a short video explaining what it means to have peace with nature. And now let us see the World Health Organization's Health and Peace Initiative. Health and peace are interrelated. In the words of the Director General of the World Health Organization, Dr. Tedros, there cannot be health without peace, and there cannot be peace without health. If individuals and groups enjoy equitable access to health services, fulfilling their rights to physical and mental health, and health actors design neutral health interventions that promote trust and dialogue, and communities are empowered to cope with violent conflict, then health coverage is more universal. Grievances can be heard and addressed to generate trust around health emergency concerns. Affected communities are more likely to make meaningful contributions to peace and reconciliation and to resist incitements to violence. Amid COVID, we need enhanced international coordination to build peace. Tackling the pandemic and building resilience in fragile states requires concerted international action at local, national, and global levels. As the humanitarian and economic toll of the COVID-19 pandemic continues to grow, so does the risk that this crisis will fuel new conflicts around the world while stymieing prospects for resolving ongoing ones. For the first time since 1945, the entire world is confronted by a common threat regardless of nationality, ethnicity, or faith. A new social contract between people, governments, the private sector, civil society, and more can tackle the roots of inequality with fair taxation on income and wealth, universal benefits, and opportunities for all. These are some of the remarks to the General Assembly special session in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. And 2021 theme being Yoga for Well-being. The day, International Day of Yoga, will be marked at a time when COVID-19 pandemic continues to upend lives and livelihoods of people globally. Beyond its immediate impact on physical health, the COVID-19 pandemic has also exacerbated psychological suffering and mental health problems, including depression and anxiety, as pandemic-related restrictions continue in various countries. This has highlighted the urgent need to address the mental health dimension of the pandemic, in addition to the physical health aspects. The message of yoga in promoting both the physical and mental well-being of humanity has never been more relevant. A growing trend of people around the world embracing yoga to stay healthy and rejuvenated and to fight social isolation and depression has been witnessed during the pandemic. Yoga is also playing a significant role in the psychosocial care and rehabilitation of COVID-19 patients in quarantine and isolation. It is particularly helpful in allaying their fears and anxiety. The UN spotlights health benefits of yoga, ancient practice that can ease the stress of our moods and the modern laptop lives. Yoga is a practice that can be relevant to all ages, relevant to all cultures, irrespective of what socio-economic status people represent. It can be used to unite our complex and difficult world, to promote not only healthy lifestyles, but to promote peace and security in the world, said Dr. Nata Menabde, Executive Director of the New York office of the World Health Organization, at an event entitled Conversation, Yoga for Health. Our contemporary world is showing no signs of a decline in the intensity of violent conflicts, crime, displacement, and the prevalence of a continued state of tension in many regions of the world. According to a UN report, in the year 2009, 65% of 358 political conflicts worldwide involve the use of violence. Geopolitical tensions, which have been on the rise even before the COVID-19 pandemic, have only prolonged violent conflict, making it difficult for policy makers to come together and resolve their differences peacefully and amicably. The last decade witnessed the highest number of people internally displaced by conflict and violence. And now let us move in the face of all this issues facing the planet. What are the contributions of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam? The Vedic tradition beautifully describes Yastu sarvani bhutani atmanyevanupashyati sarva bhuteshu chatmanam tatona vijugupsate. As the Isavasya Upanishad says, this literally gives a whole revelation on global peace, which is actually a byproduct of just individual bliss. Whenever an individual goes through spiritual bliss, he manifests a beautiful, peaceful life for him and everyone around him. If he is powerful enough, he moves the whole city and manifests peace. If he is more powerful, he moves the whole village or whole country. If he is powerful enough, like incarnations, he moves the whole world and manifests peace for them. The individual's bliss is a source for the global peace in the level of Om, the microscopic level Om, or the macroscopic level universe. Whatever level it may be, global peace is the byproduct of individual peace. This is a revelation of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, on the genesis of world peace. Global peace being a byproduct of individual bliss. How? Let us watch and listen to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism revealing the secret of global peace.
नित्यानन्देश्वर समारम्भाम् नित्यानन्देश्वरि मध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्ताम् वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. Every one of you with my love and respects. The cities sitting with us in two-way video conferencing: Phoenix, Kanchipuram; Glendale, Arizona; New York, Varanasi; Washington, D.C., Sripuram; Ravensburg, Germany; Wilmington, North Carolina; Indrani, New Jersey; Seattle, Chidambaram; and Tiruvanmiyur, Chennai; Nithyananda Dhyanapidam, Hosur; San Jose, Madurai; Port Washington, New York; Singapore, Bangalore; Toronto, Kailashi. I welcome all of you with my love and respects. Today I wanted to expand on the science of completion. How the science of completion can directly impact the consciousness you are carrying and the consciousness embodied in many bodies. Please understand, the more deeper you go inside you, means more deeper space you go inside you, more expanded you become, more one with everything, more oneness you experience. Because the more deeper you go, the more you experience the unified field of consciousness. Various words are used. Some of the Hindu traditions uses the word Atma, Brahman. Some of the Hindu traditions use the word Nirvana. Whatever word you may use, Atman, Brahman, Nirvana, unified field of consciousness, whatever. But one thing I want to tell you, the deeper and deeper you go in your inner space, you experience the vast oneness. The more superficial you are, the more incompletions you carry with others, even with yourself. The more superficial you become, even your own right hand and left hand fights with each other. Different parts of you fights with you. Different thoughts of you fights with you. Even you fight with you, the more superficial you go, the more deeper you start traveling. First, you get integrated. The you fighting with you stops. Then, the people around you get integrated with you stops. Completion with others. Then comes completion with other things, not just living beings, even with inanimate beings. The completion starts happening. Even with the nature, completion starts happening. Please understand, the more deeper you travel, the more deeper you go, the more deeper you settle down, the more deeper you start living. Your cognition expands. Your cognition includes. Your cognition becomes more and more inclusive. More joy, more bliss, more knowledge, more enlightenment. Please understand. The more and more completion happens in you, you will see everyone around you feels complete with you. That is why I am saying, whether they have body or they are disembodied, in the deepest corners of your being, deepermost layers of your being, deepest parts of your being, you experience such powerful awareness, such joy. Going into the deepermost corners of your being not only is a joy, it's a power. Because suddenly you will see everybody around you, everything around you listens to you. It really becomes a vibrant power where the tendency to exploit is not there. Listen, that's a very important thing. Power without the tendency to exploit. Because as long as you feel the other person is separate from you, when you get the power, it will always be used for exploiting. Because the other person is separate from you, then naturally what you will feel? Let me suck all the possible energy, intelligence, time, talent, treasure. But when you feel the other person is your own extension, you will see, you will be showering so much, enriching so much. The power you have will not be exploiting, it will be enriching. I tell you, even if death comes at this moment, I can tell you very clearly, I can face the death directly and tell the death, I have enriched every human being more than what I received from anybody. I have given to every human being whom I met in my life more than what I received from them. My accounts is clear. I am ready. Come on, let's go. My accounts is clear. I don't have debt. No credit card money to be paid, loans to be paid, no debit card, no credit card. My accounts is clear. Understand, everyone is your extension. The power given to you, the power you gain, see, any living is power. Powerful way. Even in that, you will become powerful. So any lifestyle you choose, you will get power in that field. Whether it is exploiting, or enriching, murdering, or raping, or go on serving. Whatever lifestyle you choose, living is power. When you go into the deepermost core of your being and start living based on completion, I tell you, the first power you will experience is everything around you listens to you. That power will simply make you enrich everyone. The best power you can have through living is power of enriching. Whatever you do, as I said, whether you live the life of enriching or exploiting, you will become powerful. I tell you, the power of exploiting brings more and more conflict within and without. And those conflicts naturally bring suffering. And the power of enriching brings more and more completion in you and in others. This full month, Nithyananda Sangha all over the world. The other day I was seeing, we have officially presence in more than 50 countries. As devotees, group of devotees, we have presence in 100 countries. All over the world, we are going to celebrate this whole month for Global Peace Month. Impacting global peace. All of us this whole month will live completion and do samskara dahana kriya. Means burning the patterns which separates us from others. Burning the patterns which are constantly keeping us in a superficial level. All over the world, we will be doing samskara dahana kriya, burning our patterns and leading us to more and more completion. And we also have special 3 Nitya Dhyana Yoga program teaching people science of completion and facilitating samskara dahana kriya. This month, 20th, 21st and 22nd, this whole month, all over the world, all our temples, ashrams, centers, yoga centers, schools, colleges, universities should do samskara dahana kriya, should do the practice of burning all the incompletions and patterns which leads to conflicts, bringing more and more peace inside us and outside us, spreading peace. This whole month, let's impact global peace. Let us really contribute to the global peace, not just talking about it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Not just talking about it. Let's do it. Even if you teach the samskara dahana kriya to 50 people in each area, each place where we have centers, ashrams, temples, two-way centers, yoga centers, even 50 people, each Tanidar teaches, enriches them with this science. The amount of suffering and negative waves, negative vibes reduction can contribute so much to the world. Please understand. One positive person can burn millions people negativity. Experientially, with evidence we proved, one positive person has already burnt at least 20 million people's negativity in last 10 years and brought peace. So each one of you, if you stand up as one positive being, one authentic, responsible, enriching being, Nithyanandeshwara Samarambam. I'll tell, oh, you should all work for global peace. You should all work for turning the world. You should work for revolution. You should work for all these, that things. You should vote only the
party which says that it will stop the war and all these things. This is the social answer. Nonsense. If you want the honest answer, I tell you, simply transform yourself. You can't do anything. If at all you can do, you would have done it. Be honest. If you can do, you would have done it. You are raising this question because you are not able to do. Am I right? So let us be very clear. Let us be honest. We are not able to do. Socially. That's the truth. That's the reason you are sitting here and raising the question. I tell you, understand few important things. There are a lot more attached to this question. There are many things which is attached to this question. We always feel the present is the world is totally spoiled. It is not going according to the rules or how it is supposed to be. It was wonderful once upon a time. In ancient time, things were going properly. Everything was well and great. And I tell you, 10,000 years ago, they found some writings on stone in Harappa Mohenjo-daro culture. Some stone writings have been discovered. The other day I read a beautiful book about that stone writings. That writings, it says, oh, nowadays the society is not as it should be. So much of war. There is no peace. In the early times, there was so much of peace. Society was really great. Things were as it should be. And it almost looks like a today newspaper editorial. 10,000 years ago, the same thing carved on a stone. Then understand, there was no such time as only good prevailed. It is just a fantasy. Hinduism, they call it Satya Yuga, the age of truth. There was a time only truth prevailed. And every religion, Christianity, they say the Garden of Adam and Eve. There was a time everything was. Every religion has got the fantasy. The past was great. There was golden past. Always the idea of golden past exists only in the past. The more you go back, again you say the past was great. And I tell you one thing, it is a wonderful way of postponing accepting the reality. Otherwise, I can be sure the world was same as it is today. Whether it is 5,000 years ago or 10,000 years ago. Maybe one thing, there was no CNN channel that time. So the news did not reach you so quickly. That's all. The news did not reach you so quickly. That may be the only difference. But otherwise, I can be sure the good and the bad was equal. Good and the bad was equal. The same amount of wars were there. All the other things were there. You read the Puranas, the mythological stories of India, you see enough of things. Enough of dirty things. I think sometimes I find a little more. And if you read completely the Puranas or the Hindu scriptures, there are a lot of things much worse than modern day. The criminal activities or bad things or negative things, whatever you say, all this stuff. And never think only present day is corrupted or violent. In the ancient days also, all these things were there. Only one thing was not there, the CNN news or the internet. So the news did not reach you. But otherwise I can tell you, enough the good and bad was there. It always will exist. It will exist. All you can do is, if you awaken yourself, if you reach the enlightenment state, you can go beyond it. And I tell you, enlightenment is the only service you can do to the society. Just become enlightened so that you will reduce the negativity. Now, as of now, you are also the part of negative group. Naturally, we will be a negative group. As long as we are unenlightened, we will be the part of collective negative consciousness. So if you become enlightened, at least you will reduce your weight. That's the only thing we can do. Nothing else can be done. So all I request you to do is just become enlightened. Realize that you are a lion. That's the only way to help yourself and the society. Otherwise, all revolutions, you see, all revolution again end up as one more tradition. In last 2000 years, 3000 wars have happened in the humanity. In 2000 years, 3000 wars. Human beings have not done anything except doing wars, except fighting. Everybody claims he wants to do revolution. He wants to spread peace. You see, every country claims their army is a defensive army. Then who is offending? Tell me, every country says defensive army. Then who is offending? These are all just, games. The idea of peace is a pure game. Everybody wants to spread the peace according to them, not according to the other person. They want peace according to them. The other day I was in one interreligious gathering. One guy is preaching, let all of you convert to my religion so that we will not have fight. He wants peace the way in which he wanted, not the way in which. And there's a beautiful saying, the sword of Muhammad, it is written, peace alone should survive, something like that. He has written some statement about the peace on the sword. We all take sword to spread the peace. No revolution is going to help, because in last 2000 years, 3000 revolutions have happened, but still world is same, I think much worse. So, no revolution is going to help, only individual evolution is going to help. So be very clear. Instead of working in the outer world, start working in the inner world. That will help you and society some way. Social answer means I'll tell,
Listen carefully. The space of Shanti, is where Kailasa grows. Listen carefully. It is in the deep powerfulness of peace, or peace-centered powerfulness is the ground, breeding ground for Paramashivatva to manifest. Please understand. Like how pure mirror reflects everything, pure Shanti-based Shakti, peace-based powerfulness reflects Paramashiva. Paramashiva manifests in peace-based powerfulness. Please understand. Neither violence nor powerlessness. Powerlessness is weakness. Violence is abusive. Peace-centered powerfulness. Powerfulness-centered peace. All the Upanishads starts with peace, completes with peace. Shanti mantra starts with Shanti mantra, gets completed with Shanti mantra. Peace-based powerfulness is a fundamental requirement for Paramashivatva to manifest. That is why people who don't want us to manifest Paramashivatva or power manifestation do not want to allow the peace in our life, or do not want peace in our campus. Understand? But
Only if you are peaceful, which cannot be shaken even by the demons and devils and rakshasas, we can be in eternal peace. So, remember this very clearly. Peace alters the very DNA structure, genetic structure, the core Anu Mahat structure. Understand? Anoraniyan Mahato Mahiyan. The consciousness in you is atom inside the atom, Mahat, more than Mahat. That Anoraniyan Mahato Mahiyan. That consciousness starts growing in you with more and more peace-based powerfulness developing in you. Nothing can be compared to unclutching. Spend more and more time, energy in unclutching. It will never be wasted. Time spent on unclutching is the most productive time for you in your life, because unclutching completely makes you altogether a different material. Understand? It makes your very biomemory, muscle memory, core structure, molecular structure, genetic structure, DNA structure, everything. All the 8 energy flow circuits, 7 energy flows, 1 the pure conscious explosion. So totally 8 energy flow circuits exist in you. All the 8 explodes when you unclutch. Understand? Unclutching is the space of Sri Kailasa. Listen carefully. Every chanting, every prayer in Hinduism ends with Shanti, Shanti, Shanti 3 times. Means peace, peace, peace. Hinduism is the real religion. Loving peace, living peace. Individual level, social level, global level. Understand? Hinduism lost all its 56 nations, 200 states, 10,000 kingdoms, samsthanas, is not a loss to Hinduism, it is a loss to planet Earth, human beings. Wherever Hinduism is practiced, kept alive, the of global peace is kept alive. Just do this one simple statistics. You yourself study, Google and take the top 10 religions and list how many people they converted in last 200 years, how many people they killed. List for each religion. I can be 200% sure you yourself will realize Hinduism is the most peace-loving and peace-living religion, neither conversion nor terrorism. Neither conversion nor terrorism. Being the supreme pontiff of the most peace-loving, peace-living religion, I give you all my blessings on this International Peace Day. Understand? It is we Hindus need to keep the global peace as a living possibility, and we need to make this global peace as reality. Just talking about global peace will not work. Working for global peace only is the responsibility of the real living Hindu. Anyone who wants to claim themselves as a Hindu or practicing Hindu should work for global peace. Global peace is our responsibility. Every Hindus have the responsibility to bring global peace. So you can also throw a challenge. See, if you are making a Hindu micronation, you can throw this challenge to each one, your friends, family, 10 people. Let them participate in the challenge, and then let them send the challenge to others. So I welcome all the living and practicing Hindus to become founding fathers of Kailasa micronation in your countries. You can also make a challenge, like how they made ice bucket challenge and all that. We can make a challenge. You form Hindu micronation and claim, I am the founding father of the Hindu micronation Kailasa. And then you can invite your family, friends for a challenge. 11 people. You form and you challenge 11 people, and they also form and they spread. So let us start spreading. This project is my message on this International Day of Peace.
And that really is the context of what really peace is all about. Be it individual peace, world peace, and at all levels. To experience this science of individual bliss and to protect yourself from the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, you can just register yourself to join the COVID Care Protection Center at this URL, https://kailasa.org/kailasacare. Let us take a few minutes now to register ourselves at this link. And now to Kailasa's mission of global peace and superconscious breakthrough. The sovereign order of Kailasa, led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and Nithyananda order of monks, nuns, and Hindu diaspora, are working for global peace and to give a superconscious breakthrough to humanity. It is a mission of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to revive a conscious world where the global issues, the climatic, economic, social, health, and humanitarian levels cease to exist from their very root, turning the problems of poverty, hunger, violence, discrimination into powerful living through the experience of oneness. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been working from the very grassroots level to usher in an era of peace at all levels, individual, societal, national, and global. His deep insights into the workings of the human mind, body, emotions have enabled him to powerfully and directly address various social and emotional problems facing humanity today. Some of the ways the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism provides spiritual solutions to combat the pandemic and other issues. Since the beginning of the global lockdown, the amount of contribution and activism of Kailasa has increased multifold. Through the Paramashivoham program, bringing superconscious breakthrough to the whole humanity by starting the Akhanda Nirvikalpa Samadhi Jnana Yajna and contributing almost 3 million minutes now. The Paramashiva Sankalpa chanting 24/7 via Zoom sessions, spiritual healing to one and all 24/7, helping humanity to cope up with insecurity, fear, disease by empowering all individuals to heal themselves, learn to cope up with emotions like depression and tough situations in relationships, providing alternative solutions to worldly problems through power manifestation, initiating thousands every day into manifesting innate superhuman capabilities in the Kailasa Courtyard session, providing healthy solutions like a technique to clear the stomach from Ayurveda solutions, which ultimately bring clarity out to the spiritual truths and give a superconscious breakthrough, in the long term establishing self-sufficient communities. Continuing and intensifying the service of Annadan free food in the Nithyananda Annalayas around the world, including this, paving the way with the New World Order, starting the agriculture-based communities in Adi Kailas and several other locations. Peacekeepers of Kailas are offering various life solutions from the teachings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, offering Maheshwara Puja to the natural calamity hit victims, Bhava Samadhi Darshan to raise the individual conscious breakthrough, Devi Parashakti Akashic readings. The spiritual solutions for the COVID-19 are based on the fundamental truths like society was created with delusional ideas of too many human beings' blind spots and the decisions made from these blind spots. If the visionary of a civilization or country or nation has blind spots, when he develops the vision for it, the whole civilization suffers those blind spots forever. Now it is time that nature, Prakriti, resets itself. Many of the blind spots-based visions, ideas become important components of the society. This pralaya which is happening is melting down everything which is delusion-based. The world as we know is gone. Let us celebrate God. This isolation which is seemingly endless with an unknown future which is compelling humanity to make 100% lifestyle change is something to be deeply dwelled upon. All problems need to be addressed only with spiritual solutions and powerful cognitions. And the spiritual solutions and powerful cognitions include a huge array, from unclutching, practicing completion, practicing oneness, practicing a japa japa of Mahavakya Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, consciously building, deep feeling connection, yoga, puja, vegetarian diet, Nirahara Samyama. And people from over 50 countries continuously radiating the space of Paramashiva by practicing the unclutching meditation 24 hours a day 7 days a week starting in May. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism launched the Minutes for Peace initiative, which aimed to reduce crime globally by conducting mass meditations around the world in parallel. In 2014, just after 2 years of launching the program, it crossed over 1 billion minutes of meditation. Scientific studies have shown a reduced crime rate after participation in the meditation and completion techniques. In 1976, it was found that when 1% of a community practiced meditation, the crime rate was reduced by 16% on average. The current tally on the Minutes for Peace website is more than 4.3 billion cumulative minutes of meditation logged, including all the events, programs, festivals where people have gathered in large numbers and participated in meditations and rituals. The total count comes to a staggering 409 billion minutes of peace so far. One can see here about 5,000 devotees gathered and participated in the 48-day meditation program called Shuddhadvaitam. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has also hosted the Kumbh Mela in USA and Los Angeles since 2007. The Nithyananda Sangha is entrusted as the only organization to host the Kumbh Mela outside India by the Akhil Bharatiya Akhada Parishad. In September 2006, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism organized the first confluence for world peace to honor the memory of those who lost their lives. And that continued, as we said, in the years to come. September 11, 2001, observing the memory of those who lost their lives in 2011-2001. Second Confluence for Peace was held in Los Angeles in 2007 in collaboration with various Hindu organizations like Vedanta Society, BAPS, ISKCON, Siddha Yoga. The Kumbh Mela festival spread fast to other countries, including Australia, Canada, etc. In 2009, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism organized a month-long peace walk covering 1,000 kilometers and 1,000 villages to bring together in harmony from all walks of life to promote feeling connection and oneness among people. During the walk, health camps were conducted in villages along its path. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has conducted large-scale collective meditations on September 21st, International Peace Day, to raise the collective consciousness of the planet. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revitalized the monastic tradition of sannyas by initiating hundreds of people into the Nithyananda monastic order. The all-renouncing monks contribute the best things to human civilization, living their life with the cognition life is for others. These monks and nuns act as the harbingers of peace and empowerment of the human society, distraught with violence, depression, and other forms of life negativity. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has also revived the ancient practice of embarking on pilgrimages, taking people, spiritual aspirants, to high energy spots like Himalayas, Kailash, Varanasi, Angkor Wat, and thereby raising the collective consciousness of this planet. Recently, the humanitarian initiative launched by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the opening of Kailasa COVID care centers in India, where the monastery campuses have been turned into multi-layer quarantine facility to safeguard the inmates and to all available to all the people, so that they can protect themselves from this COVID-19 pandemic. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has opened this service free to all people, regardless of any differences in age, gender, caste, creed, ethnicity, color, or socio-economic status. Food, shelter, internet, and all basic facilities, including medical care, are provided at these COVID care centers, free of cost and for an indefinite time. The outcome has been a splendid zero infection rate so far among the participants, a feat not achieved anywhere else in the world, let alone in India. The response model of handling the COVID-19 pandemic at a community level, along with guidelines and recommendations for governments, has been recognized and accepted by the United Nations as well. One can see here of the COVID Care Center participants enjoying life as provided at the Kailasa multi-layer quarantine facility, following a spiritual routine of yoga, puja, temple seva, kara seva, celebrating festivals like Varalakshmi Puja at the temple, female devotees offering puja to Goddess Lakshmi and listening to her Mahima, celebrating the grand Ganesha Brahmotsavam and offering our devotion to Maha Ganapati. And the participants also expressing their love and devotion for the Lord Ganesha by carving with their own hands various models, deities of Ganesha. And if you want to experience this and a lot more, do join the COVID Care Protection Center. All you need to do is register now through the link below to https://kailasa.org/kailasacare. Let's take a few minutes now to register ourselves at this link.
Most easiest, most powerful, most inspiring, most exciting way to connect with life as the form of mother. Navaratri is the time to connect with Cosmos as mother. Celebrate Cosmic Mother. This 9 days we worship Mother, worshipping Divine Feminine.
Yadumaagi nindrai Kali, Om Kali, Om Shakti, Om Kali, Om Shakti, Om Shakti, Om Shakti, Om Shakti.
Ultimate divine descends in human body, its extraordinary powers and experiences playfully. Sundareshwara is the embodiment of this statement. He is not Shiva as you understand, sitting in the Himalayas, frozen in the ice, in Samadhi. Sundareshwara is an artist with tremendous heart, ready to listen to human sufferings, ready to bend for human emotions. The one and only thing you need to obtain His grace is simple feeling connection. That's all. He bends for anybody, to any level. Even the word compassion is too small. He is still available. Even now, He is there. He assumes human body and relates with you, answers you, responds to you, raises you.
was just, I don't know, I was lost. And then he was done speaking, and just tears just started pouring out of my face. I'm just like, ugh, I don't know what just happened. It was just like unbelievable, just unbelievable. I was just, I'm shaking now just remembering it.
I don't know what shifts inside you. It's just, I literally felt the strong initiation happening at that time when Swamiji blessed. I don't know, it just puts you in some different world altogether, and suddenly everything seems possible. Everything seems, like that impossibilities in that 1 second, fraction of a second, that impossibility drops from you. And you just, everything seems possible, that you get into that space of possibility. And I think, that is the greatest, dropping the impossibilities is really, and something changes in you, something shifts in you. You can physically feel the change. And the energy that is generated is really, it's phenomenal.
There are some gods, 9 unknown gods. The moment you call, they will be there. Venkateshwara, Balaji. I tell you, people give so much for Venkateshwara because he does the job. He's the 9 unknown god. There's a village full story where Venkateshwara borrows from Kubera for his marriage and he's still paying the debt. Venkateshwara takes the reserve to reserve. This whole story, beautiful story of Venkateshwara, is an amazing concept. He is making Yaksha into Lakshmi. He is making the reserve to reserve. It's an amazing truth. காளியின் ஆட்டத்தை ஆனந்தத்தை ஆனந்தத்தொடு ஆடிய ஆட்டத்தை கண்டோர் உயிருக்குளெல்லாம் இறங்கி குண்டலினி உயிர்ப்பிக்கச் செய்து மாய மனத்தின் இருளை அகற்றி மாயம் அழித்து மங்களம் தந்து குரு பக்தியும் சிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ பக்தியும் பரமசிவ சக்தியும் அளிக்கின்றேன். மனமாயை விடுத்து குரு பதத்தை பற்றுங்கள். நித்யானந்தமாய் நிஜாவதாரமாய் வந்துதித்த என்னை பற்றி வாழ்வில் எல்லா நலமும் பெற்றிடுங்கள். ஓம் ஓம் ஓம்.
யாதுமாகி நின்றாய் காளி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் காளி ஓம் சக்தி, ஓம் சக்தி ஓம் சக்தி ஓம் சக்தி.
ஓம் 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 ஓம்.
Here is the Australia Kailasa. How can I be so lucky and have a happy life in Kailasa? It's a long story. My name is Li Qi. My guru is His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Since I was very little, I already wonder what life for. I really want to know the result, the reason. A long time ago, I think if I earn enough money, I will be very happy person, and then life is for happy. I tried to earn money, and then I'm really rich. but money didn't give me happy. Then I tried to get the happy life in romantic love. Then the really romantic love take me go lots of places, too many, but I still don't feel I get the result, get the life reason. Then I start study from book, from video, from religion in many different ways. And when I study Buddha, that time I really appreciate Buddha gives so much intelligence to me about life. But I don't think study is enough for me. I want to be Buddha. But I don't know how. Who can let me get there? One day I found the video in YouTube, introduce Swamiji in that video. I suddenly, my eyes open wide. I get it. He must be my guru. I can get there. He can let me get what I want to know. And he can take me home, real home. This kind of feeling, then I start study from Nithyananda Sangha. One day, Swamiji Satsang said he need people devote land, home, money to build up Kailasa. Then I discussed with my husband, decide to give the whole farm to Nithyananda. That time, because both of us believe help Swamiji means help whole world. It's a big decision, but we just discussed so short time already. Decide. I really appreciate my husband love me so much and believe me, trust Swamiji so much. Soon here will be big temple, Gurukul, Goshena, and library. Introduce this my story to you, just me. Don't give up any chance to be founding father of Kailasa. It's best thing you can do in your life.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you.
Paramashiva will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become e-Kailashians. I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that. E-Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. Is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity. Withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-tiredness, laziness. We can support you aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you and make you interested in enlightenment science. We need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are, because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. Kailasa is responsible to provide that to all human beings. Kailasa is the totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures, time zones, backgrounds, genders, nationality, race, from every creed. So this absolutely perfected knowledge available to you, served to you in your home without even you moving out of your couch, free of cost. What I mean by the word e-Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is e-Kailasa. I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model community. Kailasas, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Pitas all over the world. All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. It's a fundamental truth. Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystem. I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you. You will make the whole planet flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet. We all have to coexist together. There are some great spiritual sciences unique to Hinduism. Subtle, otherworldly, but definitive sign. Manifesting the cosmic beings in Archavatara, deities in Nijavatara, living incarnations is possible. Understand? Kriya Pada of Vedas and Agamas elaborately explain the whole science of making the cosmic beings manifest in Archavatara, deities and Nijavatara, living incarnations. Both. During the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, literally those cosmic beings manifest through this body. Just like how they manifest in Archavatara, deity,
They manifest in Nijavatara, Pratyakshavatara, and give you all the boons you ask, bless you. You see, each God is an independent intelligence to lead you to enlightenment. Each God for you to achieve the Shivatva, the ultimate Shiva consciousness. Krishna is the bridge for you to achieve the Krishna consciousness. But Shiva consciousness, Krishna consciousness, all consciousness is one and the same. Ultimate consciousness only. So that energy itself completely expresses.
Just like Radhika, when I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I find that the only way to relish this sweetness is through the constitution of Sri Radhika.
Bhava Samadhi Darshan is a window to the infinite expanse of consciousness, allowing us to glimpse the formless in a way that we can understand. It cleanses the karmas of lifetimes. It awakens our biomemory to the space of Paramashiva, the ultimate consciousness, and creates a deep and lasting transformation in us.
Nithyananda, everyone, welcome back. So now we have a very exciting news for all of you. We will be having the live Sundareshwara Sayujya Samadhi Darshan at 10 p.m. IST. So now let us learn who is Bhagwan Sundareshwara and what is the Bhava Samadhi Darshan. So here today, through the darshan of Irena Sundareshwara Parameshwara Paraguru, you can manifest the superconscious experience of the Shiva Sayujya Samadhi. And all of you can get ready for the rare and unique and powerful initiation into the God equation to make human beings into multiverse species by Sundareshwara Paramashiva. So now let us see what Sundareshwara Parameshwara reveals in the darshan.
Shave. Paramashiva, I will manifest the physics of my existence. Cognize this in your Hridaya Akasha, in the Gandha. You will experience my existence. Sundareshwara Paramashiva. The countless, uncountable by any visualized, assumed mathematics, Brahmandas manifest in me, exist in me, get rejuvenated in me, get deluded inside me, gets liberated inside me. For all the countless Brahmandas to exist, to get created, to get sustained, to get rejuvenated, to get deluded, to get liberated, I am the space.
Yes. So let us just reiterate again exactly what Bhagavan Sundareshwara said. He says, I will manifest the physics of my existence. You will experience my existence, Sundareshwara Paramashiva. The countless, uncountable, by any visualized, assumed mathematics, Brahmandas manifest in me, exist in me, get rejuvenated in me, gets liberated inside me. For all those countless Brahmandas to exist, to get created, to get sustained, to get rejuvenated, to get deluded, to get liberated, I am the space. And all of us know that for the past 1.5 to 2 years, the world is going through the pralaya, the cosmic deluge, and there's a lot going on around the world due to the pandemic. And recently, a new report, according to the United Nations, a new scientific report says that this report comes on climate change, and it warns that we are on a crash course towards catastrophe if global temperatures are allowed to rise. The window to slow or even halt some of these worsening impacts is, and the message is clear: we must take action now. And now let us see a small video on how the state of our world is today.
In 2019, fire was spreading throughout our planet, quite literally, in places like Australia and the Amazon basin, where forest blazes supercharged by climate change wreaked havoc. In other places, mass protests flared up, fueled by a combination of job insecurity, growing inequalities, and discontent with the current economic, social, and environmental status quo. The economy has slowed down globally, stifled by trade tensions and political uncertainty. The little growth we have had has failed to reach those who need it the most. Progress towards higher living standards has stalled for many countries and vulnerable groups of people. This has only deepened inequalities which were already growing in many countries, spurred on by automation, climate change, and other global trends.
So now, according to the World Health Organization, the WHO, the total cases globally for COVID-19 is 221 billion plus till date. And Healthline.com states that new COVID-19 cases have risen to more than 150,000 per day in the US, in the United States alone. And experts warn that with emerging variants, it could lead to another surge of cases.
Yes. And despite so many attempts to try to protect humanity at the time, to heal the suffering of people, and to find a solution for this pandemic, society has not been able to find any solution for the suffering of people. And it is at this time that Bhagavan Sundareshwara has come down to earth with such extreme compassion for humanity. He states, O bound souls, listen intensely. Your impossibility and irresponsibility made you surrender yourself to the delusion. Cognize the ultimate truth. Sundareshwara Paramashiva, I exist. Sundareshwara Paramashiva, I exist. The moment you remember me, call me. I am here for you.
And Irena Sundareshwara Paramashiva is the greatest and unique manifestation of Paramashiva as the complete manifestation. And he assumes the physical, subtle, and light bodies as and when he wants, and plays with all the physical realities, and corrects, alters, intervenes, influences, changes, adds, removes, and deletes anything in the physical plane as he likes without even a reason, just for fun.
Sometimes they manifest as Meenakshi and Sundareshwara as two bodies, one being. Sometimes as both in one body. That's the reason all his manifestations and plays are called Thiruvilayadal, the Leela.
And due to his costless and limitless compassion, Irena Sundareshwara Paramashiva Paramburu is manifesting in all his glory as the Purna Avatara through the being of Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam as the Nijavatara.
And from the Shuddhadvaita Paramashiva Sayuja Samadhi space, Irina Sundareshwara Paramashiva will be manifested. Through this supreme manifestation, Irina Sundareshwara Paramashiva will give darshan, bless, and give boon as the Leelas he once did in Madurai.
And Sundareshwara Paramashiva himself has come down once again in the form of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, to continue his legacy and divine leelas.
And to continue being available to all of us, playing his divine Leela, performing miracles in the lives of his devotees, attending to our prayers and continuing his legacy as the ruler of the whole of Madurai Shamalapita Sarvakipita, as the 293rd Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam and Hinduism, guiding the whole of humanity.
And when you witness the Bhavasamadhi Darshan, your neurons mirror that of the avatar. So the mirroring of neurons, which is a natural phenomenon which takes place in all of us, activates the process of all the observed movements and information of the avatar just by seeing. So that is, our entire body can silently and without movement just recreate what is happening distances far away, experiencing the superconscious energy radiated by the avatar. And as an effect of the mirroring of neurons, all the powerful cognitions and the powers of Bhagavan Sundareshwara is mirrored in you, and you can start manifesting them.
So let us understand the God equation. Exhale intensely whatever you have. Exhale intensely whatever you have. Paramashiva will inhale in you. This is the God equation. Nothing is more powerful than power manifestation science. It is the most exciting spiritual science. When you decide to manifest powers again and again and again, you know Paramashiva is within you and he is manifesting. You fall in love with Paramashiva every minute. If you manifest, you know he is real and he is manifesting. Even if you don't manifest what you declared, you will manifest the jnana and the vijnana, the knowledge and the understanding. The possibilities and powers of Paramashiva will manifest in all of you.
So now let us see an introduction of who the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is, the one who Sundareshwara is manifesting through, the one who is embodying Bhagavan Sundareshwara and giving us the beautiful science of Bhavasamadhi Darshan.
The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the 293rd Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, the Kailasana, the Shamalapita Sarvakipita, has his Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is the reviver of Kailasa, a macrocosmic ancient enlightened civilization of nations. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the 1008th incarnation of Paramashiva as per Hinduism, recognized by his predecessors who are enlightened masters and adepts. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has made the science of power manifestation, yoga, and temple-based universities as a lifestyle for humanity.
And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is ordained as the 233rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of Kanchi Kailash Sarvangapitam, the Tonde Mandala Adinam, the incumbent emperor of Surya Vamsha Sarangi Samrajyam, The present 293rd Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam of Kailasannata Shyamala Pita Sarvagnipitam and is the present Mahamandaleshwar of the Mahanirvani Akada, which is the largest apex monastic order.
And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Here is the photos of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism ordained as the 233rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Kanchi Kailasa Sarvagnipitam at just the age of 9 years old.
And here all of you can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism inaugurating and worshipping the deities as the incumbent emperor of Suryavanshi Samrajya.
And here is the coronation of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as the incumbent emperor of the Suryavanshi Samrajya, and the grand procession that went along with it.
And here you can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism being coronated as the 293rd Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam of Kailasannata Shyamala Pita Sarvagnipitam.
Here is the coronation of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as the Mahamandaleshwar of the Mahanirvani Akada, the largest apex monastic order.
And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the 1008th Acharya Mahamandaleshwar of Mahanirvani Akada and is the present 23rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of Dharmamukti Swargapuramadinam and is elected as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism by a congregation of over 1,000 Hindu leaders.
And here you can see the photos of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism recognized by other Hindu leaders and with the Gurukul Bala.
And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is also revered as a teacher of Hinduism, the most prolific, most viewed, read and watched. He has authored 300 books and 10,000 articles in 3 different languages, which are English, Tamil and Sanskrit. And these have been translated into 50 languages with over 1,000 titles. And over 20 million copies of books and articles have been sold, read and downloaded by millions around the world. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has given over 10,000 hours of discourses for humanity and reaching and enriching over 1 billion lives digitally, and is respected as a commentator of all sacred scriptures such as Upanishads, Bhagavad Gita, Shiva Sutras, Brahma Sutras, Yoga Sutras, Ashtavakra Gitas, Jain Sutras, and much more.
And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is honored as leader of Hinduism. The most awarded, internationally recognized Hindu leader is a reviver of 108 ancient Hindu sampradayas, including the Rudrakanyas, Rudras, Rishis, Rishikas, Bhairavas, Bhairavis, and Sanyas, and is the establisher of the largest Hindu university, Kailasa's Nithyananda Hindu University, with satellite campuses in 150 countries, and is the establisher of 1,000 plus Kailasa ecosystems, and is the founder and reviver of over 100 Satsangitas, and the collector of the largest Hindu library with over 1 million books, 1 million Palmate scriptures, and over 20 million digital books.
And here you can see the spiritual de facto embassies established by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So you can see 22 Hindu universities, 186 extended campuses of the Nithyananda Hindu University, 242 Nithyananda Gurukuls, 22 Nithyananda Jnanalayas, the libraries, 38 temple monastery complexes, 2,175 Paramashivoham shakas, 1,898 youth centers, 19 Hindu kingdoms, the 7 Pitas, 25 e-Kailasas, 1,898 ASAP centers, 120 temples, 5,334 healing centers, 22 food banks, and 12 animal shelters, 34 satsang temples, 418 Paduka mandirs, and 2,175 satsang centers.
Those peace walks cover over 100,000 kilometers and gives of the science of healing has reached more than 2 million people in human settlements thus far. Here you can see the various yatras that the Supreme Concept of Hinduism has been conducting over the last 3 decades, and various Pada Yatras, Kodikan Ratha Yatras, Vijay Yatras, and many, many more.
So now let us learn more about who Bhagavan Sundareshwara is. So Irena Sundareshwara Paramashiva Parambaran is the manifestation of the beauty of the cosmos in flesh and bones. Irena Sundareshwara is the embodiment of superconsciousness expressed in the human body, playing with all his glory.
And Irena Sundareshwara Paramashiva is the complete manifestation of Paramashiva, assumes physical, subtle, light bodies as and when he wants, as the divine manifestation. He plays with all the physical realities and corrects, alters, intervenes, influences, changes, adds, removes, deletes anything in the physical plane as he likes without reason.
And Irena Sundareshwara Paramashiva Parambaran is the greatest, unique, and complete manifestation of Paramashiva.
And Sundareshwara is the embodiment of superconsciousness expressed in the human body, playing with all his glory. He came down as the most handsome form to marry Devi Meenakshi and to administer the city of Madurai.
And the kingdom of Madurai, known as the Kailasanath Shyamala Pita Sarvajna Pita, is the oldest Hindu papal state and enlightenment ecosystem, and it was established by Paramashiva himself. And the kingdom of Madurai was later revived by Lord Sundareshwara and Devi Meenakshi, who, as the deities and incarnates of Paramashiva, ruled over Madurai and revived the foundation pillars of it as the highest living stream of spiritual sciences.
And to ensure this tradition continues to elevate humanity for millennia, they enthroned their direct representative and their divine energies in the forms of the continuing lineage of living masters, the Guru Mahasanidhanam, with the responsibility to train and groom the kings in administration, constitution, and governance, acting as regents. They also performed the spiritual initiations on the kings and the citizens of the kingdom, imparting the enlightenment science to them. And you can see in this lineage, Devi Meenakshi and Bhagavan Sundareshwara started this lineage. And it was Nithyananda Paramashivam who later revived this whole tradition. And now the 1008th incarnation of Paramashiva has once again landed in the form of the Supreme Concept of Buddhism, Swamiji himself, to once again revive this whole tradition.
And beautifully, a Shastra Pramana on the lineage of gurus. It says, this supreme discipline of Adi Shaiva tradition has been coming down through the continuous lineage of the Guru disciple, Adi Shaiva Guru Parampara, from time immemorial. This has been formulated for the attainment of complete liberation from the repeated phenomenon of birth and death. This is supreme in its kind and concerned with the ultimate benefit of all the souls.
Kailasonatha Shyamala Pita Sarvajna, rare and sacred lineage of monks, has been systematically carried over in an unbroken progression from the ages. The chosen emissaries of Bhagavan Paramashiva and Devi Meenakshi The Guru Mahasannidhanam, the Kailasana, the Shamana Pita, Sarvejya Pita are the direct representatives of Satsang.
And on the 27th of April 2012, Srila Shri Nithyananda Paramashivoham Swamigal was formally appointed as the 293rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of Kailasana Shyamala Pita Sarvanya Pita and is the lawful successor, descendant, and inheritor invested with all the powers, duties, and obligations to perform the rituals, spiritual, religious, and customary rites vested in Kailasana Shyamala Pita Sarvanya Pita, and has been reviving its spiritual, religious, and linguistic epicenters to its original glory.
So now let us watch a short video of explaining the history of the Kailasana, the Shamana, the very kingdom of Devi Meenakshi and Bhagavan Sundareshwaram.
The ancient temple town of Madurai in southern India boasts of a 2,500-year-old history of spirituality. Historians trace Madurai's existence back to the 3rd century BC, making it one of the oldest continuously inhabited cities of the world. Legend says that Madurai was established by the cosmic mother herself, who incarnated as Princess Meenakshi, daughter of the pious king Malayadwaja Pandian. An able queen and a fearless warrior, Meenakshi expanded her empire right up to Kailash in current China. But when she came face to face with the Lord of Kailash, Shiva himself, she recognized him as her eternal consort and dropped her arms to become Shiva's companion for life. Along with Shiva, also known as Sundareshwara or the beautiful Lord, Meenakshi reigned over her kingdom for a glorious 166 years. In course of time, with the rise of Jainism as a religious force, Madurai too fell to its powerful influence, and Shaivism all but vanished from the sacred kingdom where Shiva himself had once walked the earth. The renaissance of Shaivism in Madurai was the sacred task of a child incarnation, Tirunjana Sambandar, one of the 4 visionary saints of Shaiva Siddhanta tradition. The story goes that as a baby, Tirunjana Sambandar was once nourished by the milk of enlightenment from the cosmic mother herself. This child prodigy arrived in Madurai to effortlessly defeat the learned Jain monks with his wisdom, healing powers, and spiritual prowess, and restored Madurai to her beloved religion, Shaivism, by reviving the ancient Madurai Adinam and the Meenakshi temple, which had fallen to desolate ruin. Madurai Adinam is today the world's oldest living Hindu organization, with a recorded history alone spanning a glorious 1,500 years and an unbroken lineage of illustrious pontiffs to this very day. Over the centuries, Madurai Adinam has been patronized by the likes of Tipu Sultan, Robert Nobili, and the poet saint Vallalar. The pontiff of the Madurai Adinam is known by the title Guru Mahasannidhanam and inherits the responsibility of carrying forward the traditions of Tirunjana Sambandar's sacred work. On 27th April, a new era began in the history of Madurai Adinam. The 292nd Pontiff, Srila Shri Arunagirinath Jnana Sambandha Desika Paramacharya Swamigal, guided by intuition and inducement by Lord Shiva, coronated a charismatic young saint as the 293rd Pontiff of the Madurai Adinam. An accomplished yogi, a pragmatic social visionary, and an adept, His Holiness Paramahamsa Nithyananda is revered as a divine incarnation by millions worldwide. Within weeks of his ascent to the sacred throne, he brought about sweeping changes to the Adinam, including the renovation of the ancient monastery, Annadan, free food for thousands every day, free medical camps, yoga classes, scriptural study, spiritual healing, and meditation programs. The traditional Adinam now has a website, and thousands participate in the morning worship and spiritual talks via live streaming and two-way video conferencing. Vast properties belonging to the Adinam are being reclaimed from illegal encroachment. Its numerous temples are being restored to sanctity, and the neighboring villages are being adopted with basic amenities, education, and medical care being provided for all. His Holiness dreams of an authentic Vedic Renaissance for which India has already waited too long.
Here, I take the commitment of making Madurai Adinam as an international religious organization. We will fulfill all the responsibilities of Madurai Adinam, make Hindu tradition, Saiva tradition alive, revived, lived, celebrated all over the world.
With a brand new pontiff at its helm, Madurai Adinam promises to be more than just another traditional monastery, as a whole generation turns to spirituality for answers. The changes at Madurai Adinam mirror the changing role of spiritual organizations today as power centers and guiding forces, forging the enlightened government of the new world.
Now that we have seen the beautiful history of the Kailas and the Chamdabeta Sarvasita that is revived by Swamiji himself, let us now understand the blessing that we have been followed with today for all of humanity. Out of the billions of people on planet Earth, we are the most blessed people. For us, Sundareshwara is not just a history, he is a happening. Sundareshwara Paramashivoham himself has come down again in the form of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Maha Sanatan, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, as Swamiji, the 1008th incarnation of Paramashiva, to revive Hinduism once again, to continue being available to all of us, playing his divine leelas, performing miracles in the lives of his devotees, and attending to our prayers, and continuing the legacy as the ruler of the whole of Madurai Shamala Pita. And as the 293rd Jagat Guru Maha Sannidanam of the Kailas and the Shamala Pita.
And Paramashiva assumed the physical body 11 times in Madurai just to perform his divine leelas. And each divine action that was performed became a divine energy. And it became an independent entity. And if you connect with that energy, he gives you the same blessing. So understand that Sundareshwara is the energy of Leela, playfulness. So now let us look at one of the Leelas, the 60-second Leela, where Paramashiva, Sundareshwara, plays his Leelas and heals the Pandyan king's fever. So Sundareshwara has performed 64 Leelas. Of course, there are many more Leelas, but there's a compilation of Leelas of Sundareshwara performed back a few centuries ago. So the Tiruvalayar Puranam is a collection of the 64 Leelas from the 16th century, written, and it is a Shaivite devotional epic, which is written by Paranjoti Munivar. And they describe the actions of Bhagavan Paramashiva on earth in a number of disguises to test his devotees. So each of Sundareshwara's dimensions are recorded as one of his Leelas. And in the Vedic tradition, we actually have 64 different arts. And each leader, a complete being, has to master the 64 arts. And in that, even horse riding is one, astrology is one. So, astrology, horse riding, the mastery in medicine, mastery in surgery, mastery in painting, mastery in dance, music, or in various other arts. Each Leela of Sundareshwara proves his mastery on each art. And there was never ever such an amazing imagination or visualization of the ultimate without reducing its Ananta Kalyana Gunas into human level. And Swamiji has actually spoken elaborately on the science of healing.
On YouTube, Swamiji explaining about the Shiva Leelas. So who are the Nine Mars? The Nainars or the Nine Mars were a group of 63 saints living in Tamil Nadu during the 3rd to 8th centuries who were devoted to Paramashiva. The list of Nine Mars were initially compiled by Sundarat in his poem, and he sings in 11 verses the name of the Nine Mars saints to Karaikai Amaya, and refers to himself as a servant of servants. The list goes into the detail of the lives of the saints, which were described in detail in works such as the Devara.
And as we have seen before, Paramashiva assumed the physical body 11 times in Madurai just to perform his divine Leelas. And each action that was performed became a divine energy and an independent entity. And if you connect with that energy, he gives you the same blessing. And Sundareshwara is the energy of Leela, playfulness. And the best way that you can connect with Bhagavan Sundareshwara Paramashiva is through the Leela Dhyana. So today we will be meditating and learning about the 60-second Leela, where Paramashiva Sundareshwara performs the Leela of healing the Pandyan king's fever.
The verses from the scriptures translate: in the clan of the Adi Mardana Pandya king, a king who was known for his magnanimity and who stood tall due to his widespread fame, was born with hunchback. Hence, people called him Poon Pandya, the Pandya king with a hunchback.
And though the king, Kon Pandyan, took birth in the Pandya clan, which had deep devotion for Paramashiva, due to the ill effect of his long association with Samana, the people who had misunderstood the ideas of Jainism to spread violence, he had not only fallen in their trap, but had received his initiations also. So what to do? It is difficult to revert from the association with the wicked people.
And in a clan consisting of great devotees of Paramashiva, which was quite sincere and integrated in observing the truths revealed in the Vedas and performing the duties prescribed in the Vedas without any hindrance, a boy named Jnanasamvatan was born.
Goddess Parvati herself protected the child by feeding her breast milk, who was once struggling without his biological mother. After this incident, people are addressing the child as Jnana Sambandhan and Jnana Puranan as the child who got enlightened at the childhood itself by the grace of Goddess Parvati.
The child who was the pride of the Brahmin community was the reincarnation of Lord Muruga. During the childhood itself, he learned all the scriptures and keeping the Upanishads, the Hindu scriptures, which reveal the underlying truth as the testimony. He clearly explained the supremacy of Bhagavan Paramashiva.
And Jnana Samandar being the embodiment of tattvas like sacred ash, Rudraksha, and the Sharakshara mantra, Saravana Bhava, of Lord Muruga, was considered as an enlightened being, and some people worshipped him as a result of their good deeds in the past births and won over the evil attacks of the Kali Yuga.
While the king Kumbhandiya's clan was surrounded by the harmful darkness of ignorance due to the preachings of the Samana Acharyas, those who used misunderstood ideas of Jainism to spread violence, the queen and the minister remained deeply devoted to Paramashiva, who adorned his matted locks with the crest.
And both the queen and the minister, who had incomparable and deep devotion to the lotus feet of Jnana Samandar, explained to him about the position of the king and tried to save the king, who was drowned in the heat of the dilapidated well, which was deep ignorance.
And once King Kumbhandiyan was attacked by extremely high fever and was struggling, all the efforts taken by the Samana Acharyas of the king to heal the king were unsuccessful.
At that time, for the sake of the king's health, the queen herself very much pleaded with Jnana Samandar, the enlightened master.
The enlightened master Jnana Samandar, while entering the king's palace, remembered the form of Bhagavan Paramashiva, who always remained cool due to the oozing out of the nectar from the crescent moon, adorning his crown, and meditated upon the sacred truth of Shivoham, I am Shiva, in his inner space for a moment and looked at the king, who was affected by the heat of the high fever. He showered his grace on the king through his eyes.
Saint Jnana Samandar, who was established in the state of enlightenment, which is beyond all the rules and regulations of ashrama dharma, the duties of 4 stages of life as per the Sanatana Dharma, smeared the forehead of the king as a result of the good deeds performed by the king in his previous births. He also applied the sacred ash on the chest of the king with his right hand, which had worshipped the divine feet of Lord Shiva. While applying the sacred ash, Jnana Samandar also sang the divine healing verse, Tirnitra Padikam.
On receiving the sacred touch of the divine hands of Jnana Samandar, which is described in the Rudram, the Vedic text of Bhagavan Paramashiva, as the most auspicious, the most holy, and the healing medicine of the 3 worlds, the king got rid of the high fever.
As the heat existing in the stomach was spreading all over the body, the king was suffering. When the king got rid of that suffering, he became very happy. The queen too became happy about the complete healing of the king. She rejoiced that not only the physical heat of the king got healed, but the religious heat of the samana, the people who had misunderstood the ideas of Jainism to spread violence, even that was put off in the king's life.
The physical heat which got removed from the king's body by the graceful eyes of Jnana Samandar got doubly evolved in the heart of the Jain monk.
And 80,000 of the samanas, people who had misunderstood Jainism, were living in the 8 mountains all over the earth. They were adept in many various forms of pranayama. When they got defeated by Jnanasamandar while curing the physical illness of the king, the wandering devotee of Lord Shiva, they decided to win over him by debating with him. Hence, all of them gathered in Madurai.
And Jnanasamandar was an expert in the various fields like Vyakarana, Mimamsa, Darika, and was well versed in the philosophies of the Upanishads. The moment the summoners, who were those who misunderstood the Jain tradition and used it to spread violence, approached him to start their debate, they got stuck mentally and became speechless.
The Vedic tradition is proved categorically right by the justifications of the philosophy like Mimamsa Shastra and is well established in the inquiries of the Tarka Shastra. Leaving aside all the valuable justifications, the Samanas wanted to win over Jnana Samandar by their mere faith.
So let us understand this Leela. Poonbandian, the one with the bent back, a great king conquering the Cheran and Cholan kingdom. He married the daughter of the Cholan Pandian, was deeply involved in the Jain religion. He misunderstood Jain religion and spoke low of the Shaiva tradition. And his wife, a great lady, a woman of stature, the stature of a sage, was a Shaivite. During the period, people belonging to the summoners, those who understood the Jain religion and used to spread violence, entered into Madurai and settled down there. The king Nedumaran attracted towards the Jain sect, and he announced an order that all the citizens should follow the Jain sect. This gave a shock to his wife and the minister, but they did not have the courage to talk to him on this matter with the great. People were afraid to come to the Meenakshi temple during this time.
And the queen, Mangayar Karsi, then decided to pray to Bhagavan Sundareshwara and talk to him on the worst condition of the state affairs. So she took the minister, Kolchia, along with her to the temple and prayed to God. At that moment, a Brahmin came inside the shrine, and the Brahmin saluted the queen and said, O queen, I am residing in the Chola country. I am on my visit to various divine places. I came here thinking of worshipping Lord Sundareshwara of Madurai. I inquired with people here as to why no one is there in this temple. I became sad on hearing that the citizens are following the Jain sect and hence no one is visiting the temple. The queen immediately wrote a letter and said, O Brahmin, somehow or the other, hand it over to him. So she gave a letter through one of the other trusted people of the kingdom to hand it over to the Brahmin and asked him to visit Madurai. So the Brahmin who came to know that he is Sanyam, the Tirumalai Kandu, went there.
And immediately after reading the manuscript, Samandar decided to visit Madurai. Navukarasarat said to him, Oh Lord, you may not be knowing the Jain or those who misunderstood the Jain religion. I, the one who was affected by them, know about the summoners who misunderstood the Jain religion and used it to spread violence. Further, the planetary positions are not conducive for the journey. Please start on an auspicious. Samanda replied to him, Oh Lord, we are slaves of Paramashiva. When Paramashiva is there behind us, what these planets can do. He immediately sang the song, and even today, those who feel that they will be affected by the adverse positions of planets and their birth charts sing the same song. And without bothering about the planet, Samandar immediately left for Madurai. And the wife of the Banyan king felt very happy on the arrival of Samandar. The summoners who misunderstood the Jain religion and used to spread violence got angry and decided to burn the house to kill Samandar. Samandar got infuriated. He immediately sang a collection of songs and
So Samandar then went to see the Pandyan king. And on hearing this, the Jains, the Samanas, they told the king, "O king, the Samandar will not be able to cure this disease. We will cure it now in just 5 minutes." The king shouted and said, "O Jains, just remain aloof. Let Samandar alone give me the treatment." Samandar said, "I do not want any other thing. Just bring some ash from the kitchen of the temple." And then the ash was brought. Samandar makes the king understand that your consciousness does not need to shrink. Because of this idea, everything is going to become ash. Listen, but your consciousness is beyond anything you see, and initiating him into this tattva of life and giving ash as the prasada. When the tattva started spreading and expanding in Poon Pandyan's consciousness, the shrinking body stood up and the hunchback was cured. And he expanded and became Nindrasir Nedumaran Nayanar.
we are the most blessed beings because, again, Sundareshwara Paramashiva has come down as the supreme concept of Hinduism.
The Jnana Samandar, who was the embodiment of Meenakshi and Sundareshwara, healed Poon Pandyan. And today, for all of us, for all of humanity, out of the billions of people on planet Earth, we are the most blessed as for us. Sundareshwara is not in history but in happening. Sundareshwara Paramashiva himself has come down once again in the form of the supreme point of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, just to continue his legacy and his leelas, and to continue being available to all of us, playing his divine leelas and performing the miracles in the lives of all his devotees, attending to our prayers and continuing the legacy as the ruler of the whole Madurai Shyamala Peetham. He came down as the 293rd Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam and as the supreme point of Hinduism to guide the whole of humanity.
And the supreme concept of Hinduism being revered as an incarnation of Paramashiva at a very young age was birthed by various enlightened yogis and beings, the Siddhas, the yogis, the Brahma yoginis, and many other adepts to revive the science and the initiations and knowledge repositories for billions to manifest super consciousness. This was Vedanta, Tantra, Sri Vidya, Yoga, yogic sciences, Mantra, Shastra, Siddha Vidya, the science of Aushadha, Advaita, and Bhakti Yoga, Paramashiva Jnana, and Paramashiva Vijnana. The Nadi is an ancient science of Akashic reading in Hinduism. It was established by Paramashiva in the form of Bhagavan Vaidishvara, the Lord of healing. These texts are recorded and organized by Agastya Maharishi, and it is an important aspect of recognizing the incarnation of the superconscious mutant, the incarnation on planet Earth. This age-old science predicts about the advent of the supreme concept of Hinduism, Nithyananda Paramashivam. Let us now look at some of those readings.
So here you can see the Nadi readings of the supreme point of Hinduism, where it says, Nityananda Sangha, please carefully listen, completely the words. For Shiva has come in the form of Nityananda to protect this world. As the result of penance of many crores of Siddhas, Paramashivan has incarnated as
continues on. By his teachings, even many sinners became virtuous, and many crores of people became blissful. Just by thinking about him, they achieved bliss. The people who have experienced the truth of bliss followed him.
And it forms in the world are his life. He considers all the people of the world as his people, his children. He lives as the Jagat Guru, as pure Shiva, Sadashiva, as the sun and the moon.
So there are various the gurus of the Supreme Concept of Hinduism and other enlightened beings and masters who recognize the Supreme Concept of Hinduism as the 1008th incarnation of Paramashiva, and the Supreme Concept of Hinduism had the Yoga Bhattabhisekam to be coronated and officially recognized to the world as the 1008th incarnation of Paramashiva. The official celebration and public declaration of the Supreme Concept of Hinduism as the 1008th incarnation of Paramashiva to the world, and celebrating the manifestation of Paramashiva on planet Earth through the Supreme Concept of Hinduism. Here are the photos from that coronation ceremony.
And in 1994, to celebrate the manifestation of Paramashiva on planet Earth through the Supreme Font of Hinduism, Mataji Vivekanandapuri began the preparations for coronating the Supreme Font of Hinduism as her next successor and declaring him as the 1008th incarnation of Paramashiva. And through this occasion, an official letter of initiation adopted him as her only disciple and successor in the Arunachala lineage, coronating and conferring upon him the title Brahmasukhi. His gurus thus coronated him when he was 16 years of age in 1994, and immediately after which the avatar commenced the expansion work of Kailasa. It is thus 26 years as of 2020, 27 years now of the public life, and the avatar stepped out of Tiruvannamalai the very next year in 1995, which is the same year that his gurus left their body, and the purpose of their life was complete. And like this, various enlightened beings and divine beings have recognized the Supreme Font of Hinduism as the incarnation of Paramashiva and have spoken on the Supreme Font of Hinduism. And with that, we are coming close to the time that all of us were waiting for the Sundareshwara Paramashiva Sayuji Samadhi Darshan. So now we will be getting ready for the Bhava Samadhi Darshan.
So now let us prepare to receive Bhagavan Sundareshwara manifesting through the Supreme Concept of Hinduism. And so as we get ready, let us now all take a moment to go ahead and become a member of Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda YouTube channel. Very simple process. You can go ahead and go to Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda YouTube channel, and when you click on any video, you will see the join button. So you can go ahead and click join. And once you do that, you will be directed to various levels of e-Kailashya that you can use. And once you have just chosen which level, each one so you can choose whichever level of e-Kailashya you would like to do. And each one do various content, exclusive content, and of course, all of them come with the ability to ask your questions directly to Bhagavan Sundareshwara during the live Paramashiva Sayuja Samadhi Darshan of Bhagavan Madheshwara. So once you have registered to become and joined as a member of Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda YouTube channel, you can go ahead and ask your questions to Bhagavan Madheshwara during the live darshan. And you can rest assured, whether he directly responds to you or not, he will certainly attend to you. And you can also ask your questions on Facebook. So very simple process again. You can go ahead and go like and follow the Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda Facebook page. And once you do that, you can go ahead and ask your questions under the comment section of the live video. You can also ask on Twitter by following @Nithyananda and replying to the tweet with the hashtag #AskTheAvatar with your question. On Instagram, you can follow @Nithyananda as well and ask your questions in the comment section below of the photo. And lastly, you can ask your questions on WhatsApp. So you can visit kailasa.org and you will see a WhatsApp chat box that pops up, and you can ask your questions there too. So all of these various ways, you will be attended to by Bhagavan Paramashiva. And now let us enter into the preparation for the Bhava Samadhi Darshan to receive Bhagavan Paramashiva.
So let's first look at the Shastra Pramana verse from the Malini Vijayotara Tantra, verse 60. Katana Shakti Padatva Yadva Padavalokanat Prasadat Swaguro Samyak Prapyate Paramam Padam. And the translation for this is, by the enlightening teachings of the Guru, Katana, by the Shakti Pada, the graceful transmission of the spiritual powers from the Guru, by looking at the sacred feet of the Guru, by the complete loving favor of the Guru, Prasad, the ultimate goal and space, Paramam Padam, is attained. And the Bhava Samadhi Darshan is not an event in space or time. Rather, it is something, the darshan is something that happens at the moment when we are lifted out of space and time. And during the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, our neurons mirror that. And the word Bhava is defined as directing and activating the emotional and spiritual energy that is created through meditation on the avatar. And the brain neurons mirror, activate and process all the observed movements and information of the avatar just by seeing and without the physical act of imitation. So that is, our entire body can silently and without movement recreate what is happening distances far away, experiencing the superconscious energy radiated by the avatar. And the science of Bhava Samadhi Darshan knows no distance, and it is a phenomenon that modern science is just discovering and terms it as quantum tunneling. So our thoughts for a second reduces significantly, and we relax into the space beyond thoughts, which is thoughtlessness, becoming mentally at ease and coexisting in coexisting dimensions beyond duality, and we and the divine become one, unconditioned by the parameters of time and space. And it is the probability of a quantum particle, like an electron with less kinetic energy, to cross over the potential energy of an energy barrier. An electron acts both as a wave and a particle. So imagine a scenario. What happens when an electron with less kinetic energy is approaching a hill? Will the electron be able to cross over the potential energy or the peak of the hill? So as a particle, the electron will require higher kinetic energy to cross over the potential energy of the hill, or it will roll back. However, as a wave, the electron has the ability to pass through the propagating path, by propagating itself through the hill to go to the other side. So that is the science behind quantum tunneling, and this same science is imposed on people who witness the Bhava Samadhi Darshan. So that is because our neurons are able to mirror that of the avatar immediately. And through the quantum tunneling, we are able to travel through the divine energy and mirror the exact same way. So now let us understand more about the science of Bhava Samadhi Darshan. Beautifully, Bhagavan Krishna describes, he says, When this is when Krishna once saw his own extraordinary sweetness reflected in a jeweled wall. And he was amazed and said, "How unprecedented and astonishing is this deep and undescribable sweetness of mine! Alas, when I see it, even I become greedy to enjoy its sweetness. Even I become greedy to enjoy its sweetness just like Radhika. When I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I become eager to taste it, but I can't. After due consideration, I find that the only way to relish this sweetness is through the constitution of Sri Radhika." So during the Bhava Samadhi darshan, the Bhava Samadhi darshan is the science where the Ninjavatara manifests Paramashiva, the consciousness, and expresses the being of Paramashiva through the Divya Sharira, the light body, and manifests as Ninjavatara, the physical form for us to experience Paramashiva. So here all of you can see an example where Devi Parashakti expresses through the being of Radharajeshwari and manifests as Ninjavatara through Devi Meenakshi. Bhagwan Paramashiva expresses through the being of Subramanya and manifests as Ninjavatara through Bhagwan Muruga. And Bhagwan Paramashiva expresses through the being of Arunagiri Yogeshwara and manifests as Ninjavatara through the Supreme Point of Hinduism, Bhagwan Shri Nithyananda Paramashivam. And Bhagwan Payandama expresses the being of Mahavishnu and manifests as Ninjavatara through Bhagwan Venkateshwara. And the Archavatar reflects the consciousness and the manifestation of the Superpanch. Unfortunately, human beings are not mature enough to receive the higher level experiences from the Archavatar directly. And so the avatar, the physical embodied form, comes down to bridge the gap and create an experience of Superpanch's energy in all of us. And when we have the Bhavasamadhi darshan of the Ninjavatara manifesting the beings of various dimensions of Paramashiva, the auspicious components and powerfulness of those dimensions of Paramashiva are awakened in us. So as you witness the Sundareshwara darshan, you will experience the powers and being of Bhagavan Sundareshwara. And the Bhavasamadhi darshan is the direct experience of causeless bliss. And during the Bhavasamadhi darshan, our being comes alive and celebrates with the energy waves of existence. And our very muscles learn to imbibe and radiate Paramashiva. The Bhavasamadhi darshan is like a window to the infinite expanse of consciousness, allowing us to glimpse the formless in a way that we can understand. And even without much effort from our side, our very biomemory awakens the space of Paramashiva, the ultimate consciousness, during the Bhavasamadhi darshan. And when you have a glimpse of the avatar or such a divine being, you get cleansed of all the karmas of lifetimes, and it creates a deep lasting transformation in you. And gratitude is something that enables a reflection of consciousness in all levels, whether it's physical, psychological, and ultimately the conscious levels. So the darshan meditation as a preparation helps us to fall into the space of gratitude. And it is during that time that we drop the conscious resolutions, the Satya Sankalpa of anything that we want or need in our life, and be ready to reflect the consciousness of Paramashiva. So that is all you need to manifest the best for your life and for the lives of people around you. And the right context to hold during the Bhavasamadhi darshan is that I know you are the source of everything. You are everything, and you are in the embodied form of the Supreme Point of Hinduism. And you are in this body. You are of both. Let me connect with you. Let you reveal yourself to me, and let me be. So now you can all take a few minutes to set up for the Panchopachara Puja. So you can get the sandalwood paste powder, then a few fresh flowers, then some incense, a lamp, and a food offering that you would like to offer. And get ready for the Panchopachara Puja and the Dhyana Mantra as we get ready for the darshan.
Nithyanandam. Let us all now enter into the Paramashivoham mantra. As all of us are preparing ourselves to receive the darshan of Hirayana Sundareshwara Paramashiva Paramburu, let us all get ready to receive the Paramashiva Sahajya Samadhi darshan by offering the Paramashiva Dhyana mantra. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has blessed the Paramashiva Dhyana mantra prayer service as an initiation, as a mantra diksha that these energies of the avatar and transmits those shaktis to the receivers. The Paramashiva Dhyana mantra is a powerful sacred chant, just like how an avatar transmits his shaktis, his energies, just by a look, nayana, or a touch, the Sparsha Diksha. Similarly, an avatar births himself as mantras, the sacred chants, and transmits his energy, his shaktis, in the form of mantras. And anyone to whom these mantras are chanted are blessed with wealth, extraordinary wealth, prosperity and abundance, and health and well-being. And that person is bestowed with abundance and prosperity, love and fulfilling relationship, enormous growth and success in business, job and finances. A complete and a fulfilled life manifests without any types of doshas, sins, evil eyes or obstacles, leading to a long, healthy and a blissful life. With the grace and blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Kailasa's Department of Human Services and Kailasa's Department of Religion and Worship is offering the Paramashiva Dhyana Mantra prayer service on behalf of each and every one of you to the lotus feet of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the Nija Avatara of Bhagavan Irenar, Bhagavan Sundareshwara Paramashiva Paramburu.
Today we are going to be offering the Paramashiva Dhyana Mantra, praying for all of you to be healed of all the health issues, for the healing of psychological stress, anxiety, addictions, depressions, pain patterns, and for you to have an improved career.
For each of you to healing in relationship with spouse, family, and profession. We are going to be offering up prayers for you all to have breakthrough in your wealth dimension. For all the children who are offered during the week to be protected. For the protection from natural calamities, protection from lost wages and income. For you to have solution to any problem. For you to have breakthrough in creativity. For you to have increased inspiration. For you to move out of your debts. For you to experience increased energy and vitality. For each and every one of you to experience healing from any kind of addictions that you have, for you all to experience stability in the dimensions of career and relationships, for each and every one of you to be healed out of any obsessive compulsive patterns that you are suffering from, for each and every one of you to experience complete liberation from any binding patterns, binding cognitions which is affecting you, for you to have healing from any genetic or inherited disorders, for you to have protection from any direct or indirect effects of the pandemic, for you to experience completion in your muscle memory and biomemory, for each and every one of you to experience, have a prosperous life, for each and every one of you to manifest highest intelligence and ability to make the right life positive decisions, for each and every one of you to be bestowed with the protection, grace, and blessings of Irenar Sundareshwara Paramashiva Paramburu as he manifests through the Nija Avatara, Supreme Pontiff Hinduism.
Now let us all enter into the Paramashiva Dhyana Mantra. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Hrim Nithyanandaya Namaha. Om Ham Hum Shivaya Namaha. Om Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasyaadhilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami.
Is handed to that who is the eternal bliss. And the bestower of supreme happiness, the one who is the embodiment of wisdom, who is beyond duality, who is omnipresent, to whom the supreme goal is giving the enlightenment experience, who is eternal, pure, and unshakable, and who is the silent spectator of all thought processes, who is beyond emotions, who is without the three qualities called the sattva, rajas, and tamas. When you be entering into the conscious resolution, when you make the conscious resolution in the presence of the avatar, the power of the sankalpa itself will deliver the experience and manifest your reality.
Om Mamopata Samasta Duritakshaya Dwara Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Prityartham.
I am taking this conscious resolution today for destroying all my karmas and sins, and in order to please Bhagavan Shri Nithyananda Paramashivam.
Asya Devadevasya Mahadevasya Kilanda Koti Brahmanda Nayakasya.
Who is the Lord of all gods? Who is the greatest of gods? The Lord of the universes and multiverses. Who is the Lord of the gods?
Sakala Jagat Srishti Sthiti Samhara Tiro Bhava Anugrahakya Panchakritya Parayanasya.
The one who does the five cosmic actions of creation, sustenance, rejuvenation, pulling out of delusion and liberation.
Adimadhyantarhitasya Aprameya Parakramasya Tattvartha Gocharasya.
The one who is the beginning, middle, and end, the one who is immeasurable.
Akara Ukara Makaratmaka Pranavatmakasya Vrishabharudhasya Mahadevasya Kamikadivatulanta Mahatantrakya Shaivagamaswarupasya Sakalanigamaagamaswarupasya Shuddhadvaita Shaiva Swarupasya Nithyananda Padastasya Nithyananda Swarupasya Shuddha Sachidananda Vigraha Niranjana Niramaya Nirvikara Akhandadi Visheshanasya Shri Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivasya Shri Nithyanandeshwari Parashakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiv Avatara Bhutasya Sarvadeva Devi Sarupasya Bhagavataha Shri Nithyananda Paramashivasya Chaprityartham Shubhe Shobhane Muhurte Adya Brahmanaha Dvitiya Parathe Shri Shvetavaraha Kalpe Vaivasvatamanvantare Ashtavinshati Tame Nitya Yuge Pratame Pade Jambho Dvipe Bharata Varshe Bharata Kande Meroho Dakshine Parshve Shakabde Asmin Vartamane Vyavaharike Prabhavadinam Shasyaha Samvatsaranam Madhye Shubhanama Samvatsare Udvayane Shubharatau Shubhamase Shubhapakshe Shubhatitau Shubhavasara Yuktayam Shubhanakshatra Shubhayoga Shubhakarana Evam Guna Visheshena Vishishtayam Asyam Shubhadritau.
During the second auspicious time, during the second half of the lifetime of Lord Brahma, during the Kalpa called Shvetavaraha, during the regime of Vaivasvata Manu, during the first quarter of the Yuga called Nitya Yuga, in the island called Jambu, in the continent called Bharatavarsa, in the subcontinent called Bharatapanda, in the southern side of Mount Meru, in the Shaka era, during the auspicious year, which is one of the set of 60 years, which is in practice, of which Prabhava is the first year, in this auspicious Ayana, in this auspicious season, in this auspicious month, in this auspicious Paksha, which is the phase of the moon, on this auspicious Tithi, which is the number of the days from the new moon or the full moon, on this auspicious day, during this auspicious Nakshatra, the Vedic star, during the auspicious Yoga and auspicious Karana, during such an auspicious moment, आदिकैलासे कल्पवृक्षस्य अधः नित्यानन्दनगरे स्मृतस्मृतानां मुक्तिदायके महाक्षेत्रे we now request all the male participants to go ahead and chant your names now, and all the female participants, if you would like to offer the Paramashiva Dhyana Mantra on behalf of a male participant, male friend, family, near and dear ones, you can chant all the male names now to whom the puja you want to be offered, either yourself or people in your family. Please take a few moments to chant all the male names now. Namadheyasya. We now request all the female names to be chanted. Either if you are a female participant, you can chant it for yourself, or you can chant it for any female member, your near and dear ones, friends, family, relatives, for whom you would like to offer the Paramashiva Dhyana Mantra. Please chant all the female names now.
नाम्न्याः च यजमानानामावयोः सहकुटुम्बानां बन्धुवर्गाणां दायादिवर्गाणां मित्रवर्गाणां सोदरवर्गाणां समेषाम्.
For all those who are participant hosts, meet with their families, relatives, inheritors, friends, brothers, and everyone.
सर्वाभीष्टसिद्ध्यर्थं सर्वमङ्गलवाप्त्यर्थम् उत्तरोत्तरनवचिह्न स्थिरलक्ष्मी प्राप्त्यर्थम्.
Always let there be all types of good and auspiciousness. Always let there be unbroken and steady flow of abundance, prosperity, and wealth.
कुटुम्बे सर्वेषां सर्वाभीष्टसिद्ध्यर्थं चिन्तितमनोरथवाप्त्यर्थम्.
The family always have all kinds of auspiciousness and anything which is desired be fulfilled.
समेषां आदिव्याधिनिवृत्त्यर्थं समेषां शिरादिपादपर्यन्तं विद्यमानानां समेषु अङ्गेषु जनितजनिष्यमान सकलविध नानाविधरोगाणां व्यपोहार्थं तद्वारा रोगदृढगात्रवपुः सिद्ध्यर्थम्.
That all the chronic diseases be healed, that all kinds of diseases and disorders in the body, starting from head till toe, which has occurred or which is yet to occur in the various parts of the body, will be healed. That a strong, diseaseless, healthy, handsome, and graceful body be obtained.
समेषां परैकर्तृभ्यश्च कृतकरिष्यमान सकलविध मन्त्र तन्त्र यन्त्र विषचूर्णाभिचार स्तम्भन मारण उच्चाटन विद्वेषण वशीकरणादि मान्त्रिक प्रयोगेभ्यः रक्षण प्राप्त्यर्थं तद्वारा समेषां सर्वाभीष्ट सिद्ध्यर्थम्.
Let the protection be obtained from all evil effects of the acts performed by people, either in the past or yet to be performed in the future, through the use of mantras, tantras, yantras, poisonous spells, employing spells for malevolent purposes, like making a person immobile, killing a person through vomiting and diarrhea, upsetting, poisoning, hypnotizing, etc.
अपमृत्यु दोष निवृत्त्यर्थं काल मृत्यु अकाल मृत्यु दुर्मृत्यु निवृत्त्यर्थं.
And ill effects related to death, like destined death, unnatural death, fatal death, be removed.
समेषां अंतर्दृष्टि बहिर्दृष्टि क्रूर दृष्टि व्यापार दृष्टि अनुकूल दृष्टि प्रतिकूल दृष्टि इत्यादि सकलविध दृष्ट दोष निवृत्त्यर्थं.
Let the effects of the evil eyes from known and unknown sources, the effects of the cruelty filled eyes, the effects of evil eyes of business enemies, the effects of evil eyes of people who may project as if they are our well-wishers, and the effects of evil eyes of people who are against our well-being be removed.
समेषां अंतःशत्रु बहिःशत्रु क्रूर शत्रु व्यापार शत्रु अनुकूल शत्रु प्रतिकूल शत्रु इत्यादि सकलविध शत्रु बाधा निवृत्त्यर्थं.
Let all the effects of the inner enemies and outer enemies, fierce enemies and business enemies, enemies